When it comes to venturing into unfamiliar territories, at Standard Chartered, we understand the journey you're making. Our network of experts are on the ground already, promoting dialogue, driving innovation, and building the sustainable economies of the future. Because your success is our business, and opening doors is what we do. We are Standard Chartered, here for good.
ए भाई ए भाई जरा स्कैम से बचो, ऑफलाइन ही नहीं ऑनलाइन भी,
लॉटरी ही नहीं कैश प्राइज भी, ओटीपी ही नहीं
क्यूआर भी।
मैडम आपका बैंक अकाउंट ब्लॉक हो गया है, अपना यूपीआई पिन देंगे प्लीज।
यूपीआई पिन? कॉल सेंटर से जो कॉल आया है, डिटेल्स उसे कभी देना नहीं।
पिन नहीं,
नंबर नहीं,
काम नहीं,
एड्रेस नहीं,
पासवर्ड नहीं,
कभी नहीं।
थैंक यू। ए भाई,
Let them have a seat and just Good morning, everyone. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you to the third edition of the world's largest Fintech festival, the Global Fintech Fest 2022, organized by National Payments Corporation of India, the Payments Council of India, and Fintech Convergence Council. This edition of the fest is supported by the Department of Economic Affairs, the RBI, and the IFSCA. This morning, while I was driving to the venue, I was just browsing through some quotes on security, and Martina Navratilova, the famous tennis star, recently said that security used to be an inconvenience sometimes, but now it's a necessity all the time. Yes. And another quote which I pretty much liked and thought it sets the tone for the day is that privacy, like eating and breathing, is one of life's basic requirements. And to talk about security as a whole this morning, we have an esteemed panel who will be talking about the modernizing cybersecurity approach to protect end customers. And moderating this session this morning will be Sandeep Tiwari, who is a senior specialist security architecture and infosec at the National Payments Corporation of India. May I request Sandeep to please come on stage. Joining Sandeep will be Shri Saurabh Mishra, who is the Joint Secretary, Department of Financial Services, the Government of India. Welcome, Saurabh ji. Joining them both will be Shri Brijesh Singh, who is the Additional Director General of Police Maharashtra. Welcome, sir. We also have Mr. Anuj Bansali, who is the Head Trust and Safety of PhonePe. Welcome, Anuj. We also have with us Mahavir Jindal, who is the Chief Operating Officer of Amazon. Welcome, Mahavir. And we also have with us Vineet K. Singh, who is the co-founder and CEO of Castler. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for doing this with us. May I now have Sandeep take it from here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Talking cybersecurity this early in the morning is like serving a spicy breakfast. So we are going to have some spicy things coming up on our side, but cybersecurity is a complex field. It keeps on evolving because the threats are evolving, and that is why there is a need to modernize things. It is important because threat actors are equally invested in finding out ways to breach us, and that makes it more important that we have a strategy on how we can take the things forward and modernize whatever we have currently and how to address them. So recently, the news of data leaks are very common. Recent example of Uber has also come up where the customer data was published on dark web. So that makes the data security for all fintechs and other organizations as well very important. But to modernize cybersecurity, it is equally important we understand how the threats are evolving. So I'll start my conversation based on that. I'll invite Brijesh sir to give some comments to us on how do you think the threats are evolving these days, and what are the things that threat actors are morely focused on when they are trying to exploit the gaps within the existing cybersecurity for organizations?
Sandeep, you rightly said that they are behind data. And as Mr. Ambani had said, data is the new oil. In fact, I had written an article which I said, data is the inflammable oil. Ki oil hai to jalega bhi. And irony is that a data breach is not simply a data breach. So if you have, let's say, data, then it is basically the staging point for all kind of cyber operations. That you can, if I want to run an influence operation, I can create personas from there, right? I can give depth to those personas. If I want to run an automated attack on some infra, I can do a credential stuffing, so on and so forth. I can do an account takeover. So, or I can get foothold into an organization and start pivoting from there, then living off the land, doing lateral movement. So data breach is not just a data breach. So we hear about data breaches. We hear that ransomware actors now also leveraging, a kind of triple extortion by threatening you to release this data. So data again as a leverage is used. The irony is that we are looking at data breaches singularly, but it's not so, because there are various kinds of actors who are behind this, and for various kinds of reasons. So it may be, if you look at the whole cyber kill chain mechanism, which is like a seven-step process, seven stages of process. Each one of them is modular, and each one of them relies on data. Right. So somewhere, I think, to protect the interest of the end user and consumer, we will need to securely focus on a mechanism that data is used in a way where even if it goes out, it cannot be used. For example, if you look at homomorphic encryption. So homomorphic encryption is that you will be able to work on encrypted data and still be able to use it. So somewhere we'll have to come up with something, or like the way RBI is talking of tokenization of cards, or of the account aggregator system which is like doubly blind, in the sense that it's a PKI infrastructure where there's a data aggregator which has encrypted data, but you can have a granular consent structure through which data can be used. So these are the innovations which need to be done, but data being the focal point, everybody is after data, and that needs to be protected.
Thank you, sir. That's rightly put up. So I'll move to Anuj. Anuj, you are heading trust and safety for PhonePe. So customer data security is your prime concern. But what are the core threats that you see that comes from a fintech perspective that you see that are prevalent today?
So it's a very wide thing. It's not going to be a small topic at the end of the day. See, data is one part of it, as sir was mentioning around, right? What you have to see is that entire end-to-end chain. So I think all of us are used to either receiving an SMS saying that earn part-time jobs, or it is about that, sir, do you want to invest in a stockbroking market? The issue and the challenges with fintech especially is while we have been working towards making the services easily accessible, it has also opened up too many channels. Earlier you were limited by the number of channels in which you could avail any of these services. You would go physically to a bank, physically to an NBFC, submit some of these documents out. So it was more of a pull model, and today that changes to a push model. With a push model, the biggest challenges that we see around is while there is a regulation, while there are people who would want to safeguard data, not everybody follows the same recipes out. And in fintechs now, given that you want to do, let's say, a digital lending, you want to do book building basis on multiple data formats instead of relying on traditional bank statements out. So all of that gives access to a lot more data. The challenge that comes around with this, how do you secure? Both internally as well as external threat actors. Now, when I say that, why is that critical around? Externally, everybody knows, right? If somebody starts accessing my data, there's a data leak. Of course, there are brand repercussions to data theft and a lot of other things. What people miss out even inside the companies around is how do you manage that internally? And when I say that, it is not about putting it into a centralized data lake and saying that now anybody and everybody can access, right? When you are launching a product, building a product, there will be very few people who need to have access controls around on that. They need to be the ones who are working on particular models. So within fintechs, the way I look at it is data at rest as well as data in transit. So in transit, I think most of the companies do secure. So right from a TLS and then an encryption behind that so that even if somebody intercepts a request, that gets safeguarded. Data at rest is something which people need to have a lot more thought process around, and especially around data isolation. So there has to be central systems which resolve that will allow controls to be enabled irrespective of fact who's accessing. So to give you an example, let's say if there is a user ID, now a user ID should be able to be resolved by only a single central system that should manage the access control. And corresponding parameters of that user ID can only be accessed once you have the user ID access. So I believe within fintechs, the threat that looms around is how do you plan to control the usage of the purpose that you have collected the data for. So while today you might collect it for a purpose X, given that data is there, how do you stop anybody else from going ahead and redefining the scope of that?
Yeah, thank you, thank you. That's true that external and internal both threats are to be considered while talking and thinking about your cybersecurity strategy. So coming to Vineet, as a CEO and a founder for Castler, how much mind space the cybersecurity strategy takes for you?
So look, in terms of mind space, it is omnipresent, right? Everybody in financial services, fintech especially, trust is the cornerstone of our business, okay? And the most important digital currency, even now it is, okay, people are getting a grip on it now, is digital trust, okay? So without and Castler is a very unique kind of a business. We are slightly contrarian to the traditional payments paradigm of zero time, zero touch, and zero cost. So we work, we don't believe in zero time, we don't believe in instant, we believe in fast. We don't believe in zero touch, we believe in friction. And we don't believe in zero cost, we believe in revenue. Because if we are solving critical problems, it takes cost, resources, manpower to develop those services, solutions and services. And somebody's got to pay for it, right? So, so what we have built is a very unique kind of a system. And look, this is a very neglected criteria. People will come, bhashan denge, etc. and so on. But at the core level, I do a startup, I start. What do? I start looking for funds at idea stage, right? Pre-idea bhi hota hai, idea bhi hota hai, whatever. Nobody asks you about platform security. Nobody asks you about your privacy policy. Nobody asks you, right? Okay. So at the investor level, there are no questions asked at all. We work with banks, they ask hard questions. They ask you to tick the right boxes, and then only they will partner with you. Customers, yes, they have started asking the right questions and the hard questions as well. That what kind of data will you store, how do you store it, how secure it is. They've started asking in our line of business, we do escrow banking. They've started asking for even agreements. Okay, so we have to give undertaking and give it in writing that how do we store, secure, and use their data in that sense. So I think it is omnipresent. It is extremely important. It is top agenda. But it's got to be fixed. It's a neglected area, okay? It's also a question of, it's not only my intent as the founder and the CEO, it's about resources. Paisa bhi lagta hai, log bhi lagte hain, right? So, like we have two senior government representatives here. Last week, somebody contacted me from some ministry and said, Vineet, you apply, there are good chances, and you will get 20 lakh rupees grant, no questions asked. Maybe the government should not give any grant like this. The grant should be about go and get your InfoSec done and something like that, right? Usme bhi 20-25 lakh rupees lag jate hain. It's a 12-month kind of a journey, maybe more as well, depending upon the kind and the nature of the business. So this is a beast that we have to learn to grapple with. It is not only about, you can say, malicious individuals and criminal gangs. It is about state actors as well. Okay, so it is not that at a platform level, even $100 billion companies cannot, you can say, give it in writing that they will never get hacked and there will never be data breaches. So this is a very, very, you can say, omnipresent kind of a threat and problem. Has to be looked at it on a daily basis in a different kind of a manner. So, and we've got to take a look at it when startups get incorporated, okay? When the first tie-ups are happening, fintech partnerships are happening, etc., and other stuff. So that's where I think the ball is getting dropped. Yeah.
Thank you, Vineet. That's an important insight. So I'll pivot the discussion to Saurabh, sir, towards you, that in capacity as CISO and CTO for DFS, and you sit at the heart of policy making, what would be the roadmap for a fintech in the point that Vineet made about strategizing towards their cybersecurity program?
Thanks. So let me just take a little tangent to the discussion that we've been having. To my mind, at a country level, I think we are having a bit of a phase lag between our journey of digital and fintech versus cyber, which we did not have. And what that phase lag is doing is creating a series of snowball effect at the borders, which are the cyber borders of the country. And within that, as my panelists said, that within the country, state actors getting into the act. And as Brajeshji was saying, that they are becoming, I think, increasingly sophisticated. So we have got a task cut out. In fact, we have dropped the ball not just till date, including in this council, where the cybersecurity is being given a day 4 on a small session of less than 100 people. And I don't mince words on that. So I think very, very clearly, there is something which we are too much romantic and glamorized about, which is how to make India digital, without thinking that what is the underbelly of it. And therefore, my colleague from the police would straight away bear it out with me that this is one thing we are having towards another syndrome with which we are almost conceding a deficit of 10 to 20 years vis-a-vis some of the countries which we could have beaten in this field, which is the best of Western Europe or the best of USA. We are constantly getting into that concede mode once again, if we are not almost on an overnight basis or SOS basis, and not just at a policy level, at an individual level, at an enterprise level, at a regulator level, think about it. And I can keep giving use cases. Let me just take 2 use cases. Digital lending issue occurred last year, 2021. We were scurrying for who is the one who will fix it. Now, this is not a great problem to really be getting into. And then, with great effort, we are bringing in our RBI colleagues on board that, okay, so long as you are managing the regulated entity, this is something which we can create a bit of a trail effect to a 3rd deep or a 4th deep. Chances are that if you're able to do that, that is where we can go to the Googles and Amazons and, Apples of the world and say, hey, this is the only legit lending of India. Everything else, therefore, by the Venn diagram theory, becomes illegit. It's as simple as that. So sometimes we are possibly attempting to jargonize a lot of things and trying to have our own corridors of, or maryadas of, where we should operate in, rather than seeing the problem which is hitting at almost at, the speed of a typhoon to India. Anybody who will see us into those corridors of the top 3 nations in the world in next 25 years, 20 years, 30 years, whatever way, will feel bad about it. It's a space issue which everybody is, is kind of occupied with. So to that extent, if we are not on an SOS basis getting into such use case assumptions Assimilations, analysis, and resolution, I think we have got a task at out. On dividing the cyber issue, I think it cuts into all three areas. Areas about the 60 to 65% of the cyber attacks. I'm sure all of you would know that, and so is the esteemed audiences here. Is done through the ignorance. हमने कोई गलत ईमेल खोल लिया, कोई गलत मैसेज पे रिस्पॉन्ड कर दिया, किसी गलत आवाज़ को पहचाना नहीं, and so on. And by the way, I'm sure that you would agree that 65-70% of India will also turn digital, which is the rural India, if we are thinking about digital India. And those guys, therefore, need to be process preserved rather than awareness preserved. उनको कितना समझाएंगे आप? मतलब, just imagine, I mean, you know, some of you will have the rural roots around that. So it's important that we have got a strategy very clearly cut out and not just at a policy. As I say, that all three of us are together. The regulators and law enforcement agencies on one hand, policy on the other hand, and industry on the third hand. In order to get that 1.4 billion Indians that feed, which is a cyber secure digital feed. NPCI has got a role to play. They are sitting here. They've been a part of this concept process. In some of our discussions, we've been thinking about how do we create trails around it where the law enforcement agencies can really, you know, take on to the next level. There are agencies like intelligence bureaus and so on and so forth who are absolutely okay to kind of think through it. And to the point of wherever we need to introduce that trustlessness in terms of the transaction trails, it's time that we introduced it. Possibly we ended up hitting with the most inflammable use case of blockchain, that is crypto. There are 1,000 other use cases which we could have hit upon and made it more democratized. So my sense is that I think it's time that we really thought the country not losing the steam on cyber and possibly catching up with the steam with which it has gone digital. If we are continuously having a phase like we are heading for a snowball effect, which possibly great chances are it becomes more of a fad rather than a way of life called Digital India or a FinTech India.
Thank you, sir.
I'll add just something to
Yeah, sure, sir.
So wonderful paradigm which Saurabh ji has put forth is of phase lag. See, last time we had this phase lag when our prosperity was ahead and security was behind. Just look at 1800s. We were 26% of the world trade. What happened? Somebody subjugated and took us over. If you look at our history, wherever our prosperity has gone ahead of our security, we have been subjugated. And here we are at a place where we do not want to be digitally colonized.
Excellent comparison, sir. So, Mahavir, I'll come to you, sir. As Saurabh sir just said, that security should not be an afterthought. How do you think that as in your capacity of COO for Amazon Pay, cybersecurity can contribute as an enabler for the business objectives and can be taken on priority?
Interesting. So I'm not an expert on cybersecurity. I run operations for Amazon Pay. But our approach has been very, very different. So part of the stuff which Brijesh sir mentioned about tokenization. So I'll just talk about a few things that we do differently which affect operations positively with relation to cybersecurity. So one interesting thing that we do in Amazon is that data at rest, transit, all of it is always encrypted. But beyond that, the core data lies in its pure form. Its usage across different systems is tokenized. So let's say your card number will never be visible on any Amazon system. It's stored in a vault, which is protected. Nobody else has access to it. Whichever APIs access it needs to tokenize it and use it in subsequent systems. So what that does is that we believe in making systems open and accessible, but the core data at risk is always very, very secure. And there is a super high bar. Operationally, it does create some challenges. So for example, if a customer is calling you and we want to authenticate the customer, and if I'm not able to validate his address, that becomes a problem. So we do have compromises where we break data into components and limited components are made visible to authenticate on the front end screens. But the core data always remains protected. Slows us down operationally, but I think it's something which is important. Second thing which we do differently is, as all of us called out, the threat landscape is just everywhere. Now you can't scale your headcount to support that evolving threats. You need to invest in automation. So one thing which I really want to talk about is how have we done some of those things. We used to have logs in our security operations center across applications, channels, and there was just so much to do there. So what we did was we collated logs across applications, across perimeter logs, across channels, across 3P partners that we work with, and we've built an AI and ML model which analyze those logs and tell me which are the highest threat risk events. And not only identification, even the remediation now is automated. So we don't have like 50 people looking at big screens and saying this is what is happening. Our approach towards cybersecurity has been modernized because AI and ML take care of a lot of this stuff. Another example that we do is that since there are so many APIs and services which we keep rolling out all the time, the assessment of everything was becoming very linear and the go-to-market was getting slowed down. So we took a very different approach. What we did was that we looked at all the possible security controls that we need to embed in any service. And we automated assessment of those controls. So, and that assessment process is inbuilt into our code deployment pipelines. So any code which is deployed in any system in Amazon is going through that pipeline with automated risk assessment for every service, and those risks are queued for remediation by the respective teams. So that has allowed us to run a little faster, and whenever a new risk is detected, you keep updating those libraries and the automation perpetuates. So our approach towards cybersecurity has hinged upon one large thesis, which is automation, because that's how you will scale. Second approach that we want to talk about is secure by default, which means that at launch, things have to be perfect. You can't take a risk and say, I will roll this out and then subsequently fix it. Because repetition is super important for Amazon. So I know it tends to slow down things, but given the automations that we talked about, we've been able to mitigate that to a large extent. So all our code deployment pipelines, like I said, have gates which are mandatory to be crossed before services are rolled out into production. Let's say if there is a data pack which a service entails, which contains PII data, we have designed a concept called conformance packs. So those conformance packs which talk about location, resilience, and various aspects pertaining to those data sets are bundled into the service deployment so that when a designer or a developer is coding, he has to factor those into the code, otherwise the code will not even deploy. So I think some of those techniques which we are ensuring secure by default are also helping us manage the operational overhead of cybersecurity a little better. I don't know whether this addresses some of your questions.
No, definitely. Vinny, please go ahead.
Just wanted to add a small point. Look, for consumer, security is not only about tokenization of credit card. I don't think credit card transactions constitute even 1% of the total transactions, right? So it is more about, I think, Aadhaar card, PAN card. You do a Google search on my company, you will find the GST, CIN, DIN, all details, okay, just floating around out in the public. So I think fraud, I think 90%, maybe 95% fraud in India is happening because of Aadhaar card, okay, where people ask for your Aadhaar card and send you QR codes to scan, etc., and so on. Big real estate scam is going on right now. You put up your listing for rent and somebody calls you and says, hey, look, I want to take your, I want to pay you advance now and I want to do a 1 rupee test transaction and so on. And there are gullible people. We are a unique country. We have our own challenges. Usse hum dur to bhag nahi sakte hain that way. So it has to go beyond that as well, that companies like Amazon has been my most admired company, have been a customer since 2000. Even now, when I'm not happy with Amazon India customer service, I call up the US helplines and they still help out. So, so they are, you can say, an example for a lot of us on how to build businesses in a lot of other factors. But I think in terms of data security for Indians as such, it's just not about card security. It is about other generic information as well, okay, which might have consequences. We've had cases of morphed usage of PAN numbers, GST fraud, etc., and other stuff as well. Okay. Another small example, maybe esoteric, is like how the large companies, Amazon Pay and Phone Pay, etc., work. So when you download the app, you are asked to give access to everything. Puri zindagi ka access de dijiye. Okay. So you guys manage and work billion-dollar businesses. Resources are not a constraint. For every project, you can deploy hundreds of engineers. Why can't the access be real time? Jab zarurat pade, then you take the access in that sense. Why does it have to be permanent? You want storage access, you want media files access, you want music files access, SMS access, Some unicorns are taking email access as well, etc., and so on in that sense. So maybe somebody needs to take the lead here and make it real time, that Vineet logs into Amazon Pay and for a certain transaction, at that very time, I give the access, transaction is over, I get a ping that, okay, the access has been revoked or it has been stopped.
Right. So the industry term that we use in NPCI is just-in-time access and just enough access that is to be given from application perspective as well. That's a solid point. Yes. So, yes. So I'll circle back to you, Anuj. Apart from the traditional approach that is there, considering the volumes that you handle, how do you think that modernizing cybersecurity takes place at PhonePe?
Okay. So just before we jump to that question, interestingly, we have actually taken that as an approach. And what we are doing is launching a consent service within the app that if you are giving a consent for a particular use case, it is only used for that, and you can revoke access. Doesn't mean the services get impacted. So that's something have always been on mind, and also been working on the account aggregator framework to deliver these kind of services out for the general masses out. So coming back to your question around on what does cybersecurity entail? So I think I talked about the internal risk. Now let me talk from the external perspective out. From an external perspective, if you look at it, typically the traditional approach was towards securing your infrastructure, right? Be it your email of your employees, to phishing attacks, to making sure all of that is covered out. As I was talking about the channel points or access points, they were limited out. So you had either a bank website to go around and transact on, or you basically were using a physical channel to access some of these out. It was easier to deploy and constrain access around on that. Now, why does that change? What has fundamentally changed in the last half a decade or 7 or 8 odd years that we have been observing around? Everything has moved to mobile first. Now, I think even if I step out without my wallet, without my PAN card, ID card, you have a DigiLocker for your documents, you have, let's say, the payment apps which you're doing for. So everything is right there in your hand. That brings another set of challenges out. Now, why do I say that brings another set of challenges is, typically in the earlier infrastructure, you were the one who was deploying that infrastructure, right? So you had a release control around on that. You always had access controls around what will I enable, what will I not enable or disable as features out. Given the fact that now it is in every mobile phone, given the fact it's on the individual user, so that is where the challenges come in. Now you have a variety of devices which are coming in, right? You have from your tablets to laptops to IoT enabled, God knows what all. How do you end up securing all of this? The other thing which most of the cybersecurity professionals have not been focusing around, while it is a key call out that human is the weakest link out, right? I think time and again we have seen that happening around is, RBI has been saying that for last 20 years, do not share your OTP. Just a simple example, people still do share your OTP and people still get defrauded. So it is not about awareness at the end of the day. Awareness will take you to a certain level. Even when there was a financial transaction involved, the awareness hasn't held really much, right? People still get socially engineered. So when we're talking about a cybersecurity, I think the onus now grows much more on the companies, on the regulators to prescribe the right approaches. So some very key examples that are like innocent looking softwares which get misused by, so nobody thought a TeamViewer or any desk will become a malicious software, but it ended up happening, right? There are SMS forwarder apps which people ask you to social engineer and install out. At the end of the day, this is all happening on the edge, which is the device in the consumer's hand. And now the cybersecurity paradigm has to shift from looking at an internal infra or a static or to a much more realistic, dynamic, at runtime kind of a security, so that your devices are secure. How do you make sure that the app that is running in a secure environment? How do you make sure that there's nobody else who's taking access control of that? So I think that is what fundamentally changes when you start talking about 1 billion plus transactions or 1 billion people coming online for doing these transactions.
Right. So, yeah. So you have rightly put out, mobile is now the hostile environment for any application to run, so you should not trust anything onto that. But you brought out some challenges also. Brijesh sir, I'll come back to you. You are credited with modernizing the Maharashtra Police Cybersecurity Cell. You set up CCTS and all that. What are the challenges that you faced while you were on this project, of modernizing Maharashtra Police Cybersecurity in particular?
Saurabh would agree to me that government is a much more complex animal than a profit-centered enterprise. Because you have so many masters to answer to. And also, data in government is in various forms. Like he's talking about multiplicity of devices. When we were implementing CCTNS, we found that if you want to write Prakash Ramesh Patil, this very name can be written in 17 different ways with spelling errors, right? Now, how do you even come to a clean database? Now, and that requires effort. Ironically, in government, so we do not, I'll say this very boldly, that we haven't sorted out purchasing of services and purchasing of technology. So, though we have come to things like QCBS and all, still government is one of the largest spenders in the space of technology and cybersecurity, but we haven't gotten our act right. Because our all financial rules, GFRs, everything is Angrezi wala, it's like Angrezo ke zamane ka. And something which was suited to purchasing egg bora cement, you can't use it to, purchase real-time services. Now, with those encumbrances, when you want to implement something, again, the internal governance structures are not the kind of DevOps you need. Let us say if you are implementing GST or implementing CCTNS or something like that. Now, if you want changes there, the governance structure is with people who do not understand technology. And it's very difficult to talk that language. And the irony is that everything again is tenure-based. So whatever you do in your tenure may be very well lost by somebody who has an absolutely different approach to things. So somewhere government again has to get its act together. And I think as my friend was talking about Aadhaar, see Aadhaar, I spoke day before yesterday also, was never meant to be a card. It was meant to be a biometric identity. Yeah, number, biometric identity, and API authentication service. Some smart Alex made a card of it. I said that earlier also, put your dirty photos on that also. And then somebody takes a picture of this, uploads it to an unsecure S3 bucket, which is available everywhere on the web, right? And you just go to Shodan or something and everything is like, the underbelly of the world is exposed, pre-hacked, available to you. Yes. So with this, then come to government databases. And with so many masters, with a governance structure which is difficult to implement, with technology which is difficult to purchase, and with oversight which actually sort of cripples the purchase of acquisition of technology, it is very, very difficult to operate in the government. However, I really am amazed at what NPCI and others have been able to do, while I should say that there have been other precursors which I should say have disastrously failed in the field of technology in government. But I feel that somewhere one needs to understand that government data is much more important than any commercial data set. So once I was dealing with a data breach and I spoke to another government servant, he said, "Kya hai? Public ka data hai."
Okay.
Right?
What was that?
Public ka data hai, kya farak padta hai? And it is openly available. I said, that is the problem, because this data is something which can be misused in so many ways. Now, somewhere we'll need to, first of all, go for basic cybersecurity education everywhere. We talk of educating the people. We are giving these technologies to people and we ask about educating them. Within the government, first of all, you have to educate the decision makers. And ironically, I find that there is a huge gap there, a huge gap in understanding, a huge gap in perception. And if we don't get our act right, we are going to be vulnerable. So somewhere we need to have an approach in governance where we need to understand that cybersecurity is something which is neither an impediment nor an encumbrance, but an essential part of your whole process even before you start. Right. So I was discussing with him where he said that, in let's say even for investigation of cyber crimes today, one part takes place, second part takes place somewhere else. The money mules are in some 9 different states and the money jumps 9 accounts before it is taken out. Right. Now when you want to investigate it, यहाँ के पुलिस जामताड़ा बात करेगी कि मेवात बात करेगी कहाँ करेगी, and that's going to take months. And thank God if I have to take data from, let's say, a Facebook or something, they're going to put me through loops of 91 CRPC and never going to reply to it. Right. So we will need to have a real-time approach even for investigation. Right. But that we don't have. We need to, post haste, get our act together.
Right. So you are rightly put up. So Saurabh sir, coming to you, what are the things that we should immediately take up from the cybersecurity perspective? You said that it is coming as an afterthought for the country as a whole, but what are the immediate things that all organizations should take up immediately to reach up to a certain level of ease that they can provide to and a confidence to the customer that their data is secure?
Yeah, so I'll just take a leaf from what Brijesh ji said. I think at the governmental and the policy making level, including the ones which are called the policy enforcement and so on and so forth, including the LEAs, I think it's time that we have kind of an on-the-go approach rather than a post-mortem or a post-facto approach. We get this right, but then we get it right once the damage is done and we don't even know the measure or the magnitude of this. And hence this example which I took of the digital lending. We're almost getting there in terms of getting the act right, getting the MIT together, MHA together, DFS together, RBI finally agreeing on, taking on board and blah, 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 and so on. So we will get there. We will create those Venn diagrams. So this is the right lending and this is not the right lending, so on and so forth. As it is, by the way, I think whenever we do such things, we should understand that ultimately the core has to be done. Digital and fintech are the apparatuses. Right. The core is that somebody's lending money, somebody's borrowing money. Digital lending, the surname is lending, right. which is, and I think we go by our surnames, right, across the world. Yeah. So therefore, which is a regulated activity, as simple as that. Payment is a regulated activity by Payment and Settlement Act. Let's not unnecessarily glamorize this, hit the root of where the problem lies. On the strategy, I think, yes, there are 2 or 3 pronged strategies that you are looking at. One, and the most important part, as Brijesh said, is that awareness at all levels. So even if OTPs are still being given, the fact remains that the education should continue. And that day those people who understand OTP is not given are outnumbering those people who feel that they should be given, we'll have the new India coming up. And I think we cannot get it right without the 60 to 70 to 80% of our Indians getting into that mode ki yaar jo mera purpose nahi hai, main kyun de raha hu. Second is, I think, a wonderful example from the Amazon side. I was just thinking about it. We will think how we can think about those confirmation packs and all. It's a great way that whenever we are doing a programming, a responsible programming, whenever we are doing a launch, a responsible launch, whenever Apple and Google allow someone and just take a very smart swipe that we are just a platform. No, you are not. You are more than that. We all know that. So I think it's more of a responsibility with which the techno providers, techno consumers, and the techno enforcers have to really tango with each other. We are in touch between us and MIT on very serious matters on how to really look at the best of RBI Act and the IRDA Acts and so on, along with the Ministry of IT Act and so on and so forth. The last point what Brijesh said, I think it's equally important that even our LEAs are on the go. In terms of assimilating and understanding the issues which are coming up, and then try to really find some ways out. NPCI consumes 70 out of the 100 retail transactions through the UPI route. Everybody has a responsibility on, and last but not the least, we don't go out without any cloth on our body. All of us look clothed, yeah? Cyber should be that cloth to any digital application. If it is not cyber secure, it cannot go out. That's the kind of internal vow or a shapath we should take to insight, some of the youngsters sitting in. Let's not go unclothed. We don't. We feel embarrassed, right? We all are clothed here. We are civil. So this should be the civility that digital and fintech should take.
So the core idea of security at NPCI is to always verify before you trust. So that's what we follow for all the projects that we take up. Vinitji, I will come back to you that if given to the audience who are here with us, what are the top 3 things that should be picked up, from the cybersecurity perspective, every organization, that these should be the top 3 priorities for them?
Yeah. So look, I'm no cybersecurity expert personally, okay? Neither do I run large billion-dollar enterprises, so it's a very humble startup that we do. Like when we started out, the business remained at idea stage for a long time. बहुत सारे लोगों को समझ में नहीं आया escrow banking, and I think what we are building is a socially good, responsible, but for-profit business naturally. Everybody India should use escrow because it will help them protect their money 100%. So banks started asking us about security, safety, etc. So we built a very unique kind of a platform The transaction management happens on, we tick the right boxes as far as InfoSec, etc. Naturally, all these things, that's why banks worked with us. But still, we worked a two-tier platform. Transaction management happens on the Castler servers, but the entire financial transactions and payouts, one has to log in into the bank servers and then the transaction happens. Like I will be, you can say, running significantly ahead of myself if we say that our capabilities are as good as any private banks. Okay, let's say as the larger banks. So we rely on the larger banks and their, you can say, internet and digital infrastructures to, you can say, commit to our customers that it will be very safe. Okay. And during its journey, it's a journey, right? It requires money, resources, people. So during its journey, at an individual level, at individual Castler business level, we will get there. But we are very responsible, you can say, executors. Like we partner with banks, and it's just not for namesake. I think fintech has a very bad name because we are, I think, proving it to the world that we cannot do responsible, disciplined execution. Jaisa hi mauka milta hai, we stretch the rubber band, okay, in that sense. So that is not the way it should be, okay, because we are in a way building the financial infrastructure of New India, okay, which will last for the next couple of centuries. So today, as of today, we are sitting on 200 crores a day of business, okay. We will convert hardly 12-15% of that because our banking partners will say that no, Vineet, this is not a business worth doing. These are risky use cases. Here you will not find it, you will find it almost impossible to find out a source of money, okay, identity of the actors who are doing the transactions. So you've got to talk honestly, execute honestly, take the feedback of your partners, not just for namesake. And a lot of my investors also, I don't know how much they like me, etc. and so on. I tell them, look, this is a 10-15 year kind of a journey and a road, okay? So you got to believe in this slightly solid execution, that we will let some business go, we will do high quality business. That's the paradigm of how I work and run Castler.
Thank you, thank you. Those are things that, you know, all fintechs or the organization should take up, that cybersecurity can never be an afterthought. So I'll ask, I think considering the time, a last question to you, Mahavir, that how operational sides, because I being a cybersecurity professional know there is a lot of pushback that comes from the operations that don't do this, don't do that, that how in Amazon Pay you tackle this thing, that how you take cybersecurity as an ingrained thing of operation.
So, great question. So first thing what we do, at least the CISO for Amazon Amazon Security works very closely with me. He has a dotted line. So it becomes my responsibility also to make sure everything is protected by default. So that helps in aligning priorities. But keeping that aside, we in Amazon are very cognizant that this is like what you were saying. You need to be clothed if you want to go out. So that approach has never been a discussion. The discussion was always how much time are you taking, and therefore what at least I have tried to index on is how do we reduce the time to market so that the business doesn't feel disruption and the risks are also mitigated. So that's one approach that we have taken. Second, on the operation side, whenever there is a service which requires data, the assessment of that service has been standardized into a model, and that model has also been automated. And like what I was talking about, the conformance packs, those model requirements have been embedded into the development pipeline itself. So at an operating level, it doesn't really bother me, because by default, whatever is getting rolled out is meeting my requirements and my customer requirements. The trade-off which I feel in cybersecurity that we need to make, which I'm a little more worried about, is firstly at the customer side, because what we talked about is largely enterprise internally, but at the customer side, a lot of our controls which we rely on are very prescriptive, like OTP, which exposes us to risks where the devices are, where the bad actor can use malicious malware, because the boundaries of cybersecurity historically, which were like what you were saying, a banking site, etc., are evaporating. So with evaporating boundaries, you cannot have the same prescriptive controls. Your controls need to be more dynamic. So what worries me is my inability to sometimes look at external parameters which give me a better assurance and challenge those. So let's give you an example. Let's say your device has been, your OTP has been compromised by a bad actor. And the bad actor is initiating a transaction through another channel. Now that device has not interacted with me in the past. Now what I would like to do is, I would not rely on OTP alone as the authentication for that. I would want a higher risk assurance. And sometimes I feel as an operations guy, I get constrained because OTP is the challenge mechanism for me. And if I introduce another challenge to that same customer, then my conversion becomes a problem. So that prescriptiveness of controls rather than proportionate risk-based control is an area which, as an operations leader, I worry about. And we are trying to solve it in different ways, but I'm not happy where we are right now. Second big problem that we struggle with operations, which worry me, is that while we talk about secure by default and making sure that those are embedded in the code, I have seen instances where risks are being taken. Okay? Those conscious risks are being taken, which I know there has been an assessment, due diligence process, all those have been followed. But I'm not very comfortable that those risks still exist with me, because it's not that they're decreasing, they're only increasing. So there's a tax which we need to pay, and in our urgency to roll out things, that tax is accumulating. So I know it just worries me a little more as an operations leader that, hey, this is something which we should address. We need to pay that tax sometime. And that day, I don't know when it will come, but I'm hoping early next year we should do something. So these are the two larger concerns, not really rollout of features and services, which I think operationally we are well designed for.
Thank you, thank you. Those are very important inputs that you have given. I think what we believe at NPCI and for all the control should be designed for, not for the intelligent users, but for the no-vice users, the first-time users that are coming in. And that should be the core thought which we should bring in about modernizing cybersecurity. I think we can go for some audience questions.
Steps I think organizations should take. I was just thinking, what's the fear factor? Because I think today, while with all these efforts, people are going to be more aware, organizations are going to be more aware. They will put in more automation, everything will happen. But there are still going to be incidents. There are still going to be scenarios where people are going to indulge. We are humans, end of the day. How are we? So, and maybe so up to you is that how are we structured constitutionally to take care of those events when they happen? Because there's a joke around, if you do a fraud, do a big number, because eventually you pay a small part of it and get out of it. So how is that shaping us for us as a country? Because there has to be some prohibitive mechanism to also install fear to some extent.
In law, they say that the certainty of punishment is more important than the severity, right? And somewhere there we lack, because we are not certain whether we'll be able to take it to the logical conclusion. More so in cyberspace. Look at compulsory reporting, okay? For example, certain said that you have to report within 6 hours. And look at the kind of furor that happened, that this is anti-innovation, and that within 6 hours it's not possible to. We are talking about everything real time, and we don't want to report incidents within 6 hours also. And if, from a law enforcement side, let me take a very narrow view. For example, ransomware gangs or anybody, there's a huge criminal infrastructure of syndicated cybercrime that is evolved over the world. Now, if we are not going to report, if it is not going to be investigated, how do we bring it down? So, this is a whole cycle. Now, you will again come to say that today it's very difficult to go and register a cybercrime. I understand that. Because it's a question of capacity and capability both. Because frankly speaking, if you start, we were having an internal discussion, if you start registering it, you'll have thousands of cases per day. Now, do we have that kind of capability? Do we have that kind of capacity? It's us as society who has to generate this. Maybe you'll have to go and talk to your representatives and lawmakers and everybody and tell them that we need to develop this kind of capabilities of a real-time response, taking it to logical conclusion where there is certainty of the outcome.
I don't think it's a question about enabling legislations. I think those are there. It's about enforcement. And if you have consistent enforcement, you would have deterrence. It not so much about the quantum, I view. It's, in my view, about the consistency. Completely agree with sir.
Yes. We have time for just one more question, and then we'll summarize the session. Yes, please.
Yeah, so just before I actually ask my question, I think you mentioned it's a small room, and honestly, this is one of the most real conversations we've had, so I think it helps when it's in a smaller room. My question is really, so I've actually found breaches over the last 1.5, 2 years in very big companies. I'm talking about Tata Sky, Chroma, Covi Find, Covi Self, Hamleys. The challenge I faced was always reaching out to these companies, right? And firstly, actually, when my first breach was Tata Sky in December 2020, my question was, am I even okay to report it? What is ethical hacking? I started reading up about ethical hacking online to make sure it was legal, and there weren't too many provisions around it. So one is we spoke about bad actors, but what about good actors? Right? People who want to actually just get these issues fixed. There were mechanisms. Now to reach out to Covi Find as an example, actually had to find the promoter's number within the database, reach out to him. First he got actually agitated at me, saying, how did you get my number? Then after I told him there are security issues, he was in deniability. And eventually he asked me, hey, can you help me fix it? And even today, then he calls me up for product-related questions. Right? So the question is really more about policy-wise, is ethical hacking something we can frame something around? Because I believe the US has some laws, in India it's a little gray. Enforcement-wise as well, and also does Amazon have a role to play? Because if you have all these capabilities, AWS is 40-45% of the market share. If some of these security capabilities can be released as a service, a lot of the smaller startups don't have the benefits to encrypt stuff and everything else. And these were simple open APIs, by the way. I didn't do anything complicated. They were open APIs. I'll tell you, the Tata Sky breach was very simple. I went to the website to recharge my subscriber ID, and I realized the minute you enter my mobile number, you can see my name without an OTP. Right? For me, that first just gave me a database of people with their numbers and names. Right? And the minute I did that, I entered, they had a long-lived token. They didn't even have a OAuth 2.0. Right? So there was no refresh token mechanism, nothing. So all I did was, I said, okay, let me use my token and now let me access the other APIs. With my token, all the APIs actually had a mobile number field as an input. So even though they had my token, they had a mobile number field. Right? Now I said, okay, how do I go and create a database of people I know, or like people in Bombay? So I went and figured out the mobile number formats in India. I went to the early Vodafone 9800 series, 98200, those series, and I just went from 000000 to 999999. There was no API rate limiting. Right, so I'm talking about very basic things. These were not even complicated. I'm not even a cybersecurity expert personally, right? But I'm just a developer who knows how to kind of access some of these things. And it was all, like I could build a database and I went out and reached out to them. So actually more about policy, enforcement. And
Sure. So on the policy side, I think Ministry of IT has got some roles, and in fact, drawing a leap from what Brijesh said, it kind of sits between something what through the Constitution we call it allocation of business, which Cabinet Secretariat fixes it up for us. So there is, I won't say a ball draw, but there is a ball distributed on those sides. But yes, I think there is a cognizance that why ethical hacking should not become a way of life in terms of the policy and legislative part of it, and there are things which are being discussed. On the enforcement side also, there is a kind of rethought developing as we speak today at the MHA level, connected to some of these top 3 or 4 most hacked industries, including mine. So which is the DFS side of banking, insurance, and financial institution. So I think there is a thought developing, but I think we'll be very happy that such thought processes also converge into some real narrative of a page in terms of the problem statement, which is of minus 10 years old, which is still available as a problem statement. It's only growing. And in 10 years, we will see the real outcomes of it for the disaster part of it. So I think it's a good idea that such discussions also are framed into a narrative and then put across. But as we speak, the work has begun. In terms of thinking about it, there is something called cyber minimum or a baseline cyber that is again being discussed. There is a thought around image which each company or an enterprise, Amazon, Mahavir will straight away bear it out with me. So they can't open their machines, most good organizations, unless that image kind of takes them from the BIOS setup right till the journey of your computer or smart machine, whatever smart machine you are into, for you to get into the antivirus definition part of it or the Active Directory part of it or whatever you are doing is having some level of a gatekeeping around it, which to my mind is as important as touching the machine.
And just to add to what sir was saying, so I think we do bug bounty programs. So I don't know whether there is a enabling or a disabling constraint from legislation, frankly, on this? Because I know we do it, and I would have assumed, and that does get good participation, so I would encourage you also to participate there. And I know multiple other global organizations also do this.
In India, that's not very common. You're right. All the big ones do it. HackerRank also exists for actually reporting communities. In India, most of the companies actually don't have a mechanism, especially traditional large organizations who've gone online, and which is mostly what you'll see during COVID happening. And I think big tech does have a role to play, primarily because y'all are always at the forefront of actually developing tech. AWS is probably used by most people in India as well to develop. So I hope it's there, but it doesn't exist.
And on, yeah. So, but I'm seeing that change because I know most of the banks, while it's not launching bug bounty, but they do have an ethical hack program every quarter for releases which are customer facing. So I know some of the organizations do, but you're right, it's very nascent in the journey. On AWS infrastructure security, I'm not an expert, but I know that when we deployed an AWS instance, it guides you through all the capabilities that you have, which allows you to leverage those encryption and security protocols. And it's up to you to choose. I'm not so sure how easy those configurations are for a layman or a novice to understand, but at least we were very happy because we were moving from our native data center into an AWS environment for India because of localization constraint. And I thought the capabilities were extremely good. And not only assessment of the risk, but also the visualization layer I thought was very impressive. So, yeah.
Thank you so much. We're crucially behind time, but some very interesting sound bites coming out of the panel this morning. I would like to just share some of them with you. So Brijesh ji mentioned that and spoke about how data is the inflammable oil, and that data breaches should not be looked at singularly. Data has to be protected, its period, and prosperity and security, and how we have to guard against being digitally colonized. Anuj also spoke about data at rest and data in transit, and how data at rest in particular needs central systems that are better controlled. Vineet interestingly spoke about the trust, that trust is the cornerstone of their business, and customers have started now asking tough questions on data security. It's a beast we need to grapple with, and access needs to be need not be permanent, as he mentioned. Saurabh ji gave an interesting soundbite about the phase lag between digital, fintech, and cybersecurity, and we may have considered a deficit of about 2 decades in this space. However, we have our task cut out. He also mentioned that rural India needs to be process preserved, which is an interesting observation, and we should not lose steam on cybersecurity. Awareness at all levels is necessary, and cybersecurity should be the clothes we wear when we get out there digitally, which is an interesting point of view. And lastly, Mahavir said that core data is always secure at Amazon, and the threat landscape is ever evolving. And therefore they've built AI and ML models where remediation also has been automated. So interesting sound bites, and I concur with the gentleman there who said that this is one of the better sessions that we've seen the last couple of days. Thank you, gentlemen, for doing this with us. Take care of yourselves and have a great day ahead of you. Thank you. Before we move on to our next session, it is only appropriate that we thank our partners, our theme partner, WhatsApp, co-powered by Amazon, our spend management partner, Encash, in association with Perfios, our payments partner, Cash Free Payments, and our CEO's dinner partner, HSBC. We also like to thank our platinum partners, Google Pay, PhonePe, Visa, M2P Fintech, MasterCard, Falcon, and our registration partner, Entity Data Payment Services. We thank our partners for making this possible. Our next panel discussion is on the role of payments in scaling hyper-growth digital businesses. And the moderator for this session is Mr. Pramod Mulani, who is the Vice President Card Strategy at JustPay. May I request Pramod to be on stage, please? Thank you, Pramod, for joining us this morning. Joining Pramod on the panel discussion will be Manoj Verma, Payments Head, Lyra Network India. Welcome, Manoj. We also have with us this morning Rishi Batra, the co-founder and CEO of Twid. Welcome, Rishi. Joining them on stage is also Shinjini Kumar, who's the co-founder of Salt, My Salt app. And lastly, we also have with us Ramakrishnan Gopalan, who's the Vice President and Head of Products, INSA Visa. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. I give it off to Pramod Mulani now.
Hey, thank you. Can I request all of you to just move ahead? It at least looks very crowded from here.
I like backbenchers anyway, so it's fine.
Yeah, I know. I still see some last benches. Can I request you to come front, please? We'll feel good. Okay, I'll start. Good morning, everyone, and thanks for making it to this session. This is Pramod here, and I'm stepping in for my colleague Ishan, who is stuck on the Eastern Express Highway for some variety of reasons. So pardon me that he couldn't make it, but let me try and see if I can get the best out of this panel. Let me start by the first question, right? And more from JustPay's side as well, and we can start by anyone trying to answer this question. A lot of things are happening in the startup world, and many of them go through the journey of, you know, a seed round, angel investors, to actually going to Series A to Series C, and as JustPay, we've seen that cycle, right? How does the payment ecosystem actually help these fintechs grow? I think that's a very, very important question. Because when fintechs get into this business, obviously they don't understand regulation, they don't understand this. All they are in for is solving the customer problem. And all of you have seen and work with big companies. So this would be an area of interest for fintechs for sure. So
fintechs have actually has come into the play only because of, 3 and 4 pillars actually. One is, in India we have digital businesses coming up. Why and how digital businesses are coming up? Because, consumers have become digital. Digital consumers, digital businesses, mobile internet, and payment tech. So these are the 4 pillars of this entire, growth and evolution of fintechs in the country today. This is what we see. And so when when internet is growing, digital business is growing, consumers are growing, and Then when digital business are growing, they also need the infra to accept payments, which also needs to be digital. So in earlier days, we had seen, payment was a big problem. And so Paytm innovated this, the Flipkart innovated, COD, cash on delivery. And, there was some, more acceptance and, people started buying products. But then that had its own limitation. But after, since last 3-4 years, we have seen, especially after Demon, and after COVID and all, consumers are very happy with, digital, and they are very aware of digital acceptance. And people have started using digital payment as an option, aggressively, and awareness is also there. So these 4 pillars are actually together, working together. And everybody needs to grow. So, internet penetration needs to grow, digital businesses needs to grow, and the payment tech companies also needs to increase their infra. To accept and enable these companies, to process huge volumes. So, we have seen even JustPay is trying to do the same thing. They are creating products and platforms for, high growth, hyper businesses. Similarly, Lyra as a company, we also, this is our core focus. We try to, do a lot of things on the infra side. We are, always trying to increase our infra capability to support the ever-growing digital businesses in the country. Yeah.
If I can add as a consumer, one of the remarkable phases that all of us have lived through recently is the first lockdown of COVID, right? Because it was so extreme and it disrupted all supply chains of every type. And one of the interesting things that happened was that a lot of local supply chains suddenly emerged, right? So suddenly in your building, some woman was making, paneer and supplying to everybody. People started to do, and I'm giving examples of women because around that time we started the idea of building salt, right? And we were doing interviews with women to understand how does money work in their lives. And one of the things we realized that for a lot of women, businesses are very small, at least when they start. The idea is not to, not to build a company. The idea is to make something, make consumers, solve for problems in their own supply chain, and only after that they start to think about how do they pay their suppliers or how do they take money from their from people to whom they sell. And one of the wonderful things that happened in the COVID time is that a lot of these small entrepreneurs, many of them women, but many of them also men, like we suddenly had breads being baked locally and supplied to homes. We had dosa batters being made and supplied to homes. Like, between 3 complexes, you have 1,500 apartments, so you can suddenly have a market there. And the most wonderful thing and most gratifying thing to see in that was how quickly the payment problem got solved. So nobody, and it was all remote, right? So nobody really needed to rely on, people were just dropping boxes at the doorsteps and getting the money. And that, I think, was revolutionary in the way that it made people understand, because even in a normal situation, you can send your goods with anybody because the goods get delivered and that is trustworthy. But getting somebody to collect cash or COD, like you just talked about, is never the optimum solution. So I think for businesses, as they grow from being P2P, so in the beginning, everybody takes money on their own, Google Pay or Paytm or whatever, but very quickly they moved from there to setting up their, you guys provided, and there was such wonderful integration of, these PGs at that point of time. So I think that is, I'm talking at the lower end of the value chain, but it's been quite amazing to watch.
I've been a personal beneficiary of some of those self-help clubs that have emerged in the market, right? I think if I were to look at it, from a startup perspective, and even if they're getting bootstrapped, I see 3 large needs for a startup, right? First is assist them to scale in the market. I think that's their number one help that somebody can do. The second thing that we can help them with is give them a path to maneuver the regulations and the complexities and the compliances. And the third one is more emotional, is about give them a shoulder to lend. Just give them a shoulder and tell them, hey, if you want to do something, here we are, right? So if there is a new startup that's emerging and is looking to solve for payments, whether it's a COVID group which has popped up, or it's post-COVID recovery group which is emerging as it speaks now. Visa works with a lot of players like yourselves, Pramod, JustPay, PAs who we bring in and we help them to get them on board. I think that's something that, a lot of the big networks and big companies have done, is they've created this ecosystem where who can be the first point of contact for a lot of these small startups. So I think that's point number one. Point number two is as they grow from a startup to a funded organization to an enterprise, I think we allow them the path to scale. We give them the assistance, right? So as you acquire more and more customers, we think about your customers, right? We have a developer portal called VDP, where we have more than 90 odd APIs, where you can come and take care of your customer problems, and we have an API for it, right? We work with Neo, which is a fintech. One of the problems they came to us is saying, my customers are traveling abroad. Please let them know what's the cross-border FX rate that you're going to serve on a daily basis. So we built a very small API, very small connectivity that opens up in the app, says, hey, okay, you're going to transact. This is your dollar rate for today, right? Small problems, transaction controls. A lot of kids these days are getting credit cards and debit cards and prepaid cards. Parents like myself, who has a teenage daughter, are worried about where is this money going to be spent on, right? So putting controls there, making them be on control of things, I think is some of these things that we can do. So basically think about their customers, what are their problems that they're going to go through, and solve for them, co-create solutions with them. And lastly, if possible, as they grow, maybe, be one of those investors in those companies and go and put in the money so that you show that you mean what you say, which is you don't just build solution, but you also invest money in these companies so that they can grow. I mean, we made a lot of investments in this market. We hope to make more. And that's something that's dear to Visa's heart. So really glad, we are kind of building on. One can build infrastructure. Shinjini can talk about the bonding and the creation that happens. Hopefully we'll solve for the payments problem in that.
I heard the accelerator program is also good, right?
That's right, thank you.
No, I think I'll just take this question up from a startup perspective, right? And Pramod, great question. If you look at it from what we're trying to build in terms of rewards, we had a belief that rewards have changed the digital payment ecosystem, not only in the country, but the world. We were living in a cash economy moved to plastic economy thanks to Visas and Masters and now rupees of the world. And that is moving towards the app economy as well, which is Paytm, GPays, and Visa is doing quite a lot there as well. All has been backed by rewards, right? Majority of the reasons, you look at airlines, you look at credit cards, debit cards, the ecosystem has been built towards rewards. So that was the hypothesis that we started a business, can we make it sexier, right? As simple as that. And the overall piece that we went through the startup was that yes, raise the seed money, super difficult, lucky to have Sequoia and BNX part of the board. There's a concept called as PMF, product market fit. Do that. Are you able to do this with variety amount of reasons? And then you realize, once you're about to achieve that, there are regulations as well, which is the question of Pramod. Having said that, I think we were lucky. We were working with quite a few, the larger of the banks, the larger of the ecosystem, and we could scale the PMF, we could scale the pieces of the, all the hurdles that came around on the, of the pieces, and yeah, I think scaling very well. The important piece and the important question when we look at any of the digital business and hyper-growth piece, which is the topic, is that how are we solving the problem? And she's mentioned exactly how they solved a problem of the small entrepreneur and how payments helped in terms of developing that. And all of us on the panel are there for that, please.
So thank you all of you. And I heard regulation cut across all of this. So the follow-up question is more around regulation. And obviously in India, payments has gone leaps and bounds and 6 billion UPI transactions, and I'm quite sure cards are also growing multifold. The question is that there are so many new regulations that come in. In fact, we keep joking every Friday there has to be a circular, otherwise that weekend is not complete. Friday release. Friday releases. And
so earlier it was a movie release on Friday, now there is a RBI circular release on Friday.
Yeah. As we heard the governor speak, obviously it's in the right intent and spirit. What we want to understand, Ramki, is, and maybe Shinjini, you've got a full background to this, how can some of these players like Visa play a very important role in ensuring that things like tokenization, subscriptions, which are so important from a customer security and growth point of view, what is a role that networks like Visa can play in helping the ecosystem comply? Because end of it, it's all about ensuring that we protect the customer and give them the right experience as well.
think we play multiple roles here. One is ab initio with the regulators. We do have very open rounds of discussions. I keep saying this. I joke this to my team. Our biggest client is our regulator, right? It's not the banks, it's not the fintechs, it's not the payment processors, it's the regulator. So I think open discussion with the regulator to understand what's there in our mind and help them navigate through that. I think one way to work with them is to work through these vision documents that come with the regulator, where you know clearly where you're headed and hence prepare yourself. Like, one of the things that regulator has put out for the 2025 vision document is on cross-border two-factor authentication, right? That looks quite challenging. But if you think, without a deadline in mind, I think there are solutions in place. And there are a lot of, device-based authentications that we can do to enable some of that. So one is work with the regulator. I think the second thing is, work with the ecosystem. Yes, tokenization is a complex animal. India, as we speak, is perhaps the second or the third most token penetrated market in the world because of the sheer scale of digital payments. So it's kudos to the regulator to think one step ahead. 10 years back when two-factor authentication came into the market, tell me everybody would have felt that, wow, that's super friction. But as we navigated those 10 years, in hindsight, that looks like a fantastic decision made by the regulator. So some of these decisions will be evaluated over long term, right? We shouldn't be thinking what's going to be the impact that it's going to create in the short term. There's going to be a disruption for sure. So what we do there is work with the ecosystem, players like yourself who are certified to be a token requester on behalf of Visa, so that the small mom and pop store need not bother about tokenization. For them, they have to think about their customer. They don't have to think about data leaks. They don't have to think about what happens when things go wrong. At least, somebody is protecting them. So it's working with the regulator, working with the ecosystem. And at some point of time, if you've been in the banking industry and if you earned your gray hairs in the banking industry, you'll know regulation is reality, right? So you're not going to shy away from it. You're just going to, take it in your chin and hopefully be more proactive about it than just being reactive. It's a continuous learning that every organization has to go through, but be it challenges in subscription, which you alluded to, Pramod, or be it challenges in EMIs, offers, I think there are solutions. It's about having those honest conversations with RBI, and we meet them quite often to say, sir, this is going to take time, especially guest checkout, it's going to take some time. I think having those hard, honest conversations with regulator, making sure that everybody around is equipped to deal with it, is one way of managing through it, is what I feel.
So, if I can just add to that, I see a very young audience, so I will just share that. I worked at the RBI for 17 years, right in the beginning of my career. And I think people don't understand why regulators do the kind of things that they do. And part of it is because a lot of the external help that you try to get around regulation comes from lawyers or the legal system. But actually there's a big difference in the way the legal system is set up and the way regulators are set up. And I realized this when I left RBI and I started to engage with legal teams and compliance teams of banks and other organizations. And legal team tended to have more clout because they were full of very, highly paid lawyers. But the complication that happens is because you have to understand that law is based on principles, and those principles are almost permanent. So if somebody wrote in the constitution that all humans are equal, you are not going to just wake up one morning and change your mind because markets got disrupted or COVID happened. All humans will still be equal. And so legal, interpretations will follow from there. Whereas, and everybody will come from that same place, whether it is a lower court or is supposed to come from the same place, whether it is a lower court or a higher court or a legal person sitting in any organization. Regulation, on the other hand, is almost always responsive to conditions of the macroeconomy and conditions of the economy and whatever sector they may be regulating. So what ends up happening is that something which looks okay to you at a certain level of threshold suddenly doesn't look okay to you at a different level of threshold. And then you come back and you say, oh, but this was always there. Why are these guys changing their mind? They're not changing their mind. They've understood the risk and they are managing the risk. So their job at a macro level is to manage the risk in the economy and in the ecosystem, and those risks can be of different type, and I'm not going into that. But I think it is important for us as industry participants to anticipate some of that risk. Because it's not that we don't understand it. That's the other thing that really I found very amusing when I walked out of RBI, because when we were in RBI, we used to think हम तो कहीं गांव से पढ़ के, exam pass करके bureaucrat बन के आ गए, और industry में you meet people, कोई Harvard से पढ़ के आ रहा है, कोई Stanford से पढ़ के आ रहा है, तो you assume that these are very smart people. But these very smart people, why is it that they are not able to see something so simple and basic as this? They are able to see, but they have legal departments that tell them this is okay, this is technically correct. They have compliance departments that have read a circular and certified that this reads like this and therefore you can do it like this. And as I have grown in the industry, I've realized this very interesting phenomena, and I'm just sharing this with you because a lot of young people that now work in companies don't get groomed to understand this very important part. And the day that it hits you, whether you set up your own startup or whether you work in a startup, the day it hits you, and in banks it doesn't happen so much because from the beginning people are, मतलब वो घिस-घिस के उनको बता दिया जाता है कि if you make a mistake, if you missell, you will get a point docked and your bonus will not happen. So whether they like it or not, they learn it. But for this ecosystem, I don't see that happening. And I'm not a conservative person at all. I'm a very big risk taker. That's why I'm an entrepreneur at 50. But I definitely think people need to understand that regulations are dynamic. Regulators manage risk at a macro level, and you are not important to them. Whether you are too big or too small, if you're causing that risk, you will get under that.
I think great point, Shinjini, and I think talking about the digital businesses as well, and as a founder, the key challenge that I face is we've hired a few super brilliant product managers.
फिर वो रोज बैठ के आर्ग्यू करेंगे, मेरे साथ भी करते हैं।
स्टैनफोर्ड के
मेरी co-founder स्टैनफोर्ड की है।
So the conversation happened day before, and he said, "Sir, let's do this, but I'm not sure about the compliance." I said, "Compliance is a job, right?"
We'll see it later. We'll see it later.
He came back and asked me how am I supposed to do business. I said, "Compliance is a job, but business is a responsibility." So as a founder, as a person who leads a digital business, it comes from inside that we have to make our employees and our people compliant, right? Regulator, what is coming around. Of course, we can't track the Friday releases. It becomes difficult for us, but I think we have to look at growth, we look at charters, we look at numbers, we look at various things after PMF has been done, the growth trajectory, but that has been imbibed and grown that, okay, the compliance is first, right? And growing business is your responsibility. But just my 2 cents on this particular
If I can add one small point. I think compliance should be by design. It should not be a byproduct of the business model. I think that's a very important point that startups need to realize. Banks always do this, but they dial up to the other side. That's a challenge. That's a different discussion, perhaps a topic for another discussion. But if you don't do compliance by design, and if the business model is predicated on arbitrage, I think it'll get caught out at some point. I think that's the question. If you stress test your business model on a compliance chain, and if you think as a business you're protected by it, I think those startups are expected to outperform. They don't do stress testing on regulatory arbitrage, is my simple learning from this.
And I think I echo with, so we were just closing this round, and one of the investors actually came back to us that you need this license. There was a conversation that started happening between the lawyers. There were 14 from them, 6 from our side. And finally, all of them concluded, okay, we do not need this particular license, which was a relief, but we anyway applied for it, right? That, okay, if someone is asking a question, let's be compliant first. Let's not be in eyes that we've not done it. But yeah, I completely agree. It has to be with design, and then of course the other pieces are coming up with the responsibility.
So my view is that in present time we have seen multiple regulations for multiple fintech industries. So when we say fintech, fintechs are categorized into multiple segments. And every fintech has different type of regulations now. And a regulation on one segment is actually impacting the other segment. So there is a convergence that is happening. But it is very confusing also, and there are too many regulations also, and this is also creating a lot of problem. So maybe we need another startup only to address the and educate on the the compliance and the regulation that is coming up and evolving, and how do we see and how do we adapt to that situation. But to me, the regulator, is only worried when, you reach a scale, So they are allowing, and as a startup, we should also think of, innovation, then compliance at an early stage. During the early stages, let's create the product, let us see how it works in the market. And once you think of, growth and scaling up, that time you have to, fix the compliance thing. Even when you see, views that RBI is trying to take, card storage. Card storage was okay all these years, for everybody. But now only it's a problem, and RBI says, the merchants and the acquiring entities should not store the card information, right? Why now? Because the scale is so huge that now RBI says that risk has increased in the entire ecosystem. So now I want to take a protective stand. But all these years, it was all okay, and there was light regulation was there, and it was managed. So when RBI sees scale, they're trying to take different type of steps. Similarly, if you see, we have just got the PA license, 3-4 weeks back. So all these years, since last 10 years, there was a model that was existing. You create a nodal account. There was indirect regulation was there, and businesses were flourishing. There were many paytech companies, payment solutions company, and everybody was trying to work. But now, if you after demon and after COVID and all, scale has increased so huge that risk in the entire ecosystem has increased. So RBI has decided, boss, I want to directly regulate. So it has become difficult. So now the direct regulation has come, and few entities have got in principle license, more people will get. So this is my view from the regulator's side. They are allowing us to innovate, at a smaller scale. But as you grow big, you have to follow rules of the land. This is what I see. Yeah.
Hey, thanks. From the heavy-duty regulation to more interesting and sexier topics of customer experience, I think Rishi, maybe I'll start with you. How much is customer experience important in the digital businesses and the consumers for today?
I would say paramount, right? After compliance though, right? Now, assume the way the journeys are moving on startups. We get grocery deliveries in 10 minutes. Why would payments should be taking time? Why would any of those things in terms of selecting the product to the checkouts, selecting what you want, and actually getting the product delivered, it should be like this, right? The AI models, the ML models have been focusing towards that how we can predict Rishi much better, right? There has to be a lot and a large play of data elements that we have to look together. And this can be done by an ecosystem. Selling data, getting data, monetizing data, even making sense of data in India at this point in time has been a myth. Can it be done? Perhaps the ecosystem has to work towards it. There are supports available from Visa in terms of the APIs that can be done, which are available globally, not in India, right? So can you extend some of those pieces in India here as well, which makes activation, for example, possible here in India. A lot of the companies are doing very well in abroad. But I think if you look at it from the overall customer journey, the personalization attributes, and personalization involves what UI, UX that you bring, the rewards attributes so that the customer LTV is higher, right? Is paramount that the person has to do. People have been getting into cashbacks and various discounting, and our prediction is that those models will go away. The long-term models of sustainability of engagement, rewarding for a customer LTV will actually sustain and go forward as we move along with the picture, right? Just 2 cents on this.
Ram, do you want to talk about, we've seen Visa build products like Visa Safe Click and some of those experiences. You want to throw some light on that?
Yeah, nobody can overemphasize the importance of customer, right? It's perhaps the only reason why we're existing. One of the learnings that I personally see as having come back to India after a decade is, while digital payments have got scale, what I think we need to go inside one level and see how simple it is, to do this. If perhaps the only other market which I see of similar scale is China, where this has happened in the past. Maybe they got a head start 3-4 years before, but both the markets I see that there is an absolute unilateral attention on customers, and that's what's got both these markets here. Yeah, so from a Visa standpoint, while our model is a B2B2C model, which means we work with the institution, not necessarily institutions' clients, it's in our DNA to look at those customers. So one of the products that you mentioned, Pramod, is on Visa Safe Click. It's essentially about a one-click experience on checkout where you can just check out. Authentication happens by design. It's not something that the customer needs to be aware of. It's not something that the customer has to do. But given the fact that the customer logs in from a device and the device leaves a footprint, can we use the device to do an authentication? And that becomes the sole factor to determine if this transaction can go through. You don't need an OTP, which 10 years back it was great, but 10 years later, probably there are other ways to do it. So I think for us, it's very important. Focus on customer only comes from culture in the organization to me. At the end of the day, if you get your people to train to think about solving problems rather than launching products, I think you will be able to win that battle. I think for me, it's all about customers and teams. Jack Ma says that you hire a person who's absolutely different than you. So you need to have people in your teams. Shinjini spoke about somebody a little while earlier who I believe challenges her quite a bit. That's great. That's the kind of people we need in our team so that we have diverse perspectives in the organization, and that helps you make sure that customer is kept center of everything, right? Whether it's compliance, whether it's costs, the C that's more important is the C of customer, right? So long as you keep that in mind, business models will be sane enough.
Yeah, I think just a follow-up piece after hearing what Ranki said. I think if you look at our business is very similar to Visa. They're in credit, debit, we're in rewards, right? We provide that kind of network. And I think for us, we don't own the customer like them. It is super difficult for aligning the teams that you have to think customer first, right? That is the engagement attribute that you want to, and of course then working with the partners, then creating a network. And if you go through the flows, you'll realize that checkbox, move out after 2FA, right? When the compliance is done. So when you do that, when users get habitual towards those particular pieces, then that's where you realize the companies have been successful. But again, customer first, and we don't own it. So yeah.
Yeah, I want to add something slightly, tangential to this, but important. Because what we are building, for example, is in the space of financial services. And we are building a fintech platform, and we want to reverse the gender ratio on our fintech platform. We want 80% women, because on normal finance, there are 80% men, okay? So same products, similar products, but so to your question, how does customer experience play into that story? It's because my customer is different. My customer is somebody who has access to money, who manages money all the time, whether it's my money, household money, legacy money, but they manage the money. So they manage cash flows, but they don't create assets for themselves. The asset creation goes to men. If they do create assets, it's gold or a house at best, very different from having capital. So it prevents them from becoming entrepreneurs. It sometimes becomes a friction in their life, etc., etc. Now, the reason I'm going into this is because then when you think of customer experience, there is a lot of theology around customer experience, right? That things should be simple, things should be easy to understand, it should be one-click checkout. Those are established theologies of experience. But what do you do when you're going into a customer segment that is different, right? So theory. So then you build a customer experience idea. So obviously we went in, we did 500 interviews, etc., etc. But the important thing I'm trying to say here is this. When it comes to money, when it comes to finance, when it comes to payments, it's easy, right? I give you money, doesn't matter which it's easy, because it doesn't matter which platform we used, you got the money instantly, right? I gave you money, you got the money, you thought, oh, Paytm is great because I send money to Shinjini and she gets it instantly. When you take money from somebody and that person is going to take the money after 5 years and only then know whether the money actually became more or even remained safe, that level of trust building takes a very, very long time. Now, banks, so this is the main point that I'm coming to. So you will find this sort of the graph where banking system has very poor customer experience, right? Matlab, usse kharab to nahi ho sakta hai. But think about how much people work to get that shitty customer experience because the level of trust is so high. So hum State Bank of India mein jaake half day you will stand in a queue to get something done because your level of trust is so high that you are willing to deal with that customer experience, but you will not put that money into salt because you will worry whether I'll get my money back, right? So when you think of customer experience, of course there is a lot to do with customer experience per se, user experience per se, but there's also a lot to think about trust because customer will work very hard where the trust is high to go through that customer experience, and to shift them is the job that fintech will do. Payments, the reason I say payments is a great platform product is because payments does that very quickly. Like, very quickly you build that
In
trust.
fact, I would say, yeah, why we say we have, largest digital consumers in the country today, it is all because of the customer experience only, because, in payments. In fact, if you see success of UPI is mostly because of, consumer experience, it is a platform was always there, we had a lot of other products also, but why UPI has just grown so fast, and because it was all about customer experience. So it plays the, one of the key pillars and the biggest role in entire, payment transaction processing life cycle. And why India is growing, why digital businesses, I think, it's playing big role, very big role.
Hey, thanks. I'll do one last question, Sanjini, and I'll start with you, because you've seen the policy side, the Paytm side, and a city side. Awareness of the consumer, right? How can you get the large ecosystem of India, which is, as we say, the Bharat, into doing digital payments? I know we've seen numbers that we can do 1 billion transactions, and there are targets for 2025. How do you think we can get the larger fold of ecosystem into payments?
Very good question. If you ask me, I think that there is a tremendous ability that people at the lower end of the consumer spectrum have to take a product and use it for their own benefit, because it affects their lives, it solves real problems for them. So many of you know I live in the mountains, and I have a home which is almost a village home, but everybody there, from the plumber to the electrician, to everybody uses digital payment, because if they need money from me, they need to get it digitally. They can't wait for me to go there next time and give them cash. So everybody learned like super quick. And my favorite example is when you buy a dishwasher or a washing machine, it's so much easier to teach your help to use it than to teach your husband to use it. Because it solves a problem for that person. It doesn't solve a problem for your husband, right? So I think so all my super rich friends are the ones who are resistant to using digital payments, because for them there are all kinds of bogey ideas in their heads. But everybody who's at that end solves this super quick. And in fact, when I was in Paytm and demonetization happened, that was my biggest learning. How fast and how well you give them a good product, and they know how to take it and make even your type of product, right? I'm sure you see this in all your businesses.
So
well.
India, I think consumers are, accepting, all the digital very well, and mostly because of user experience and the education. I think it has become simple. If you go to West, I've seen it is very difficult to make a transaction. The user experience is not that great. So in fact, why India is growing very fast, and we can see a lot of transactions here, and fintech. India has become the fintech capital of the world only because of these 4 or 5 factors where regulation is also there, which is trying to see that everything is falling in place together. Experience is there. All the ecosystem players are coming together. So a lot of convergence is happening, and this is why we are so successful here in India than in the West. This is what
I know we're hard pressed for time. I'll quickly add. I think first is build products for tier 3 to tier 6. I think that's where growth is going to come from. Think of the challenges those customers have. Intermittent internet connectivity. What are the things that can go wrong? Visualize it, go and solve for it. This cannot be a bigger problem for the Stanford graduates and the Harvard graduates that we recruit to go and solve, and I don't know what else can motivate them. And finally, use the long tail distribution model. Finance minister talks about in the budget of using post offices to do distribution along with core banking tie-ups and digital banking units. I think those are good enablers. I think we've got the right foundation in place for this market. It's just as people who live in big cities, it's important for us to see that the next phase of growth is going to come from tier 3 and tier 6, and reorient ourselves, rewire ourselves to solve for those problems. Culture is the important thing. Again, I'll say that.
I think my final 2 cents, the way the banks and the other pieces, fintechs or even Paytms of the world operate, their template has to change. Right? They actually believe in offers, they actually believe in getting the numbers. It has to be a long-term, sustainable approach that they need to form, and I think rewards is one of those pieces, not the only piece, that should be adopted very well with these particular banks along with this. So the template changes, one. Second is they have to consider repeats as one of the important aspects and not go after new acquisitions. Look about us. For a SaaS company like yours, for a company like yours, a new business is more important than the one you already have. So that template change in terms of focusing on repeats, getting rewards into the overall ecosystem for a longer term vision is somewhat my 2 cents would be to change the template on the ecosystem.
you said about the distribution we should use. So, so Lyra is part of this postal department project where, Darpan project is there. So this is very interesting project. Nobody has seen this kind of scale. So in entire rural India, Department of Post has deployed 1,30,000 devices, and these devices, POS machines, are used to do a door-to-door banking service in the rural India, and connectivity was a big problem across India. So Lyra played a key role, to enable connectivity for these devices across the country. So now, so I will tell you, once these devices were deployed, the largest telecom company in the country said, boss, I will give you 10% commission. Please enable my recharge onto these devices in rural India. So once you have this distribution network for rural India, there are many companies who want to use this distribution network, and you can earn a lot of money. So now what has happened, these Dakyas, branch postmasters. So now there is an incentive model also is coming up. They are also getting more revenues. So it's not about salary, but there are more departments try to give more innovative cash rewards to these people. So this is interesting, and a lot of people want to latch onto this distribution network.
Must have been a startup.
Yeah.
Okay. I know we've run out of time. I'll thank all of you and the panelists over here. In case any of you have questions, maybe can do it offline. Thank you very much, and thank you, the panelists.
Thank you. Thank you, Pramod, for stepping in.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
All the ladies and gentlemen in the room, please take their seats. The next session starts in about a minute or so. Thank you. May I request all the delegates in the room to please take their seats or move to the further end of the room, as the next session is starting in about a minute. Thank you. Thank you, Gautam. Joining Gautam this morning on the panel, we have Shrikant P. Kurup, who is the business head, Toll and Transit Payments, IDFC First Bank India Limited. May I request Shrikant to please take a seat. We also have with us Neeraj Preshwala, business head, Payment Solutions and Consumer Finance, ICICI Bank. Welcome, Neeraj. We also have with us Nikhat Ansari, who's the Head Sales and Strategy at Adore Parton Limited. Welcome, Nikhat. We also have with us this morning Varun Ahuja, who's the Vice President Payments at Paytm. And joining all of them will also be Jay Prashad Hegde, who's the Head Data Science at the NPCI. Welcome all, and I hand it over to Gautam now to take it from here. Gautam, please.
Hello everyone. A warm good morning to all the panelists and the visitors, delegates. So as you have seen, the topic is on the challenges, but I just first introduce what is ANPR to every one of you. So tolling in India has been since ages, and it has been mostly a cash-dependent process. And so not very far in our memories, we remember waiting in queues before the toll plazas, waiting for the change. And that is where we brought in FASTag, which is an RFID-based solution, and that enhanced this digital experience at the tolling. And people started having a great experience while they are traveling. They need not worry about change anymore. And they just have to remember to recharge their FASTag and then they can zip through. But still, there was one step that was still hurting the people, was that they still there is a barrier. And there is still, the people need to slow down and they need to stop to make the payments and then move ahead. So that is where the vision of free flow tolling came into the picture, where we want to have an free flow experience where the vehicle is not stopping, they are zipping past through at their own speed, like 80 kilometers per hour or 100 kilometers per hour, and they don't have to slow down. And still they are making their payments, and both the users as well as the operators and the authorities, all their needs are fulfilled. So that is where two technologies are taking the center stage. One is this ANPR, which is a computer vision technology, and next is GNSS, which is a global navigation satellite system based technology. So these both technologies have promising futures, but as you know, every technology has its own challenges. So on this ANPR, we will be debating and discussing on how we will, what are the challenges that can come across in this implementation, how we can mitigate them. And as you know, India is a very large country. It has a different kind of challenges. Maybe this has been implemented at various countries across the world and in certain scales. But when it comes to India, it's about scale, and there is diversity in terms of climate, in terms of regulations at different states and everything. So all these challenges will be taken up one by one, and we'll see if we have a ready-made solutions from our experts, and if there is more to discuss and develop further. So welcome everyone again.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. So I'll start with the lady. So maybe you have an experience in implementation of this technology at certain place. So what was the major challenges that you came across, and if there is any solution that you implemented to overcome it?
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. So particularly when we talk about the challenges on the highway or Indian roads, I mean, challenges are many, right from the allotment of the tender to the ground level till the execution. But specifically, if we talk about the ANPR, then, you know, in India, we have a fascination towards using all sorts of fancy number plates, wherein we use typically different sorts of designs. And if you see Maharashtra, then, you know, here in Maharashtra, people have a fascination of using the local language number plates. So what happens, the camera, this is the major challenge that we face when it comes to ANPR failure or the challenge or with the camera. The camera captures fails to capture the clear image. And when it fails, then in that case, we face generating the challans for the tolling as well. So that is one thing. Second is that in India, we are not using axle through ANPR. Because when we talk about axle through ANPR, then like in other countries, in Germany, in Dubai, or in Australia, majorly we use axle. because it helps you in the classification of the vehicle, it counts and helps you in the detection of the axle. Eventually, it is increasing the count on ANPR. So that is what we face in India.
Okay, understand. So Jay, as you are like part of the innovation and all these challenges are like to start with going to hit us in the beginning of the implementation itself. So how can we, so is the algorithms ready to read those fancy number plates where people for 8055 they put it as boss and papa, all these things are like quite common in India, and we have been seeing in the news, and as soon as the ANPR comes into the picture, these are the things that is highlighted. So how we can overcome this?
So, you know, the biggest problem in India, especially since I come from Delhi, so in Delhi NCR, the biggest problem is that tujhe pata hai mera baap kaun hai? So that is one thing we have. But other than that, we are improving and we are working towards the new innovation and the technology, because earlier, if you are aware of that, we used to use 2D radars. Now we are using 4D and 5D radars. So the size has increased, as in we are using 24 gigahertz radar plus 9 to 12 megapixel of camera. So that problem we have overcome with that problem, wherein with 2D radar, it wouldn't capture the clear image. But with 4D and 5D, we are able to capture the clear image and in all sorts of weather conditions.
Okay. Jay, you want to add on this?
Sure. Hi, I'm Jay Prasad. I think that's an interesting question, and it's a loaded question also, because is there a yes answer to it, or is there a no answer to it? Okay. But let me take a slightly more holistic perspective to the question itself. I think when we look at ANPR technologies and computer vision technologies which have evolved over 20 years, and I've seen them evolve over 20 years, I think we are in a much better position right now at this point of time compared to even 10 years back, when thinking about neural networks was almost impossible. I think there is something to be said for introducing technologies like this at a scale which we are thinking of. What I would want to add there is spurious number plates like the ones that you're mentioning, for instance, will be a challenge, but it's not necessarily that they'll be solved by the same vision pipeline. Maybe there is a secondary vision pipeline that uses a slightly different area of AI which can detect that. So for instance, we're talking about deep learning and vision and basically detection of those number plates. I think that is the people who are in this space generally know those terms. They are well aware of what are the camera technologies, how they've evolved over a period of time, why multifocus cameras matter, why high frame rate cameras matter. I think you are seeing the technology evolve to such an extent that we are taking care of the large number of use cases well. And these spurious cases, if either through standardization of number plates, one, or we utilize an image search technique on the other hand, for instance, to take care of them, maybe there is a solution out, for instance. But I think let's not be too down about the technology itself, or let's not be too down about the state of affairs of number plates in India. Because if you remember when digital payments started, when the whole thing started, I remember my peers telling me, UPI is never going to work in India, where nobody has a data line at all. And right now you see the prevalence of UPI across, right? So maybe we are looking for that UPI story here, from a number plate perspective, from a technology perspective, to bind everything together. I would like to end on that optimistic note here.
Yeah, so
I'd just like to add one more thing to what he said. So as he rightly mentioned, when UPI started, we all didn't have the vision basically and the belief that it will work in India. You may correct me if I'm wrong. But similarly, when we started FASTag back in the year 2016, I remember, we just started with 3% and we did few POCs in 5 to 6 cities, including few heavy vehicles and small sized vehicles. And from that 3 to 4%, today we have achieved 97%. So I think that's a big difference, number one. Number two, not only the standardization of number plates as per the laws is important, but equally the location of the number plate is important, because that makes an enormous difference. Because if you see in heavy vehicles, especially in trucks and buses, the location of the number plate is not correct, and half of the number plates are hidden. So in that cases also the ANPR camera fails.
Correct. Okay. And just to continue with Jay actually, so Jay mentioned about UPI. So we have evolved from an era where customers asking, can I pay through UPI, to an era now where we say that whether I cannot pay through UPI, why can't I? So Neeraj, I would like to ask this question to you. So banks have played a major role in bringing this change. So whether in tolling, whether in this technology, we are seeing such a phase when people are asking, why should I stop for tolling? And how this can come up?
So I think I'd slightly go roundabout in the answer. So first and foremost, where we started in 2016 to where we are in 2022, it's a huge leap that the industry has taken. And not just banks, NPCI, NHAI, IHMCL, and lots of concessionaires and lots of people have played their part in ensuring that we get there. 22%, in 2022, where we are at 97%, I honestly believe that this, the next leap also is possible from moving away from a boom barrier to a barrier-less movement. It's possible. Obviously, there are some challenges that we need to navigate. I don't think those challenges are difficult to navigate. There must be some enforcement mechanisms that will need to be put in place to get there. It's possible. FASTag has brought us to a level where the next level of evolution can happen. Whether it happens with FASTag, whether it happens through a combined or a hybrid system. Because I think India is a very different topography as well as a government or an ecosystem in terms of state, central, etc. Wherever GPS, etc. has been enabled in a smaller ecosystem. Right. We are a slightly more complex ecosystem, both in terms of the way the geography or the topography is, also the way our ecosystem is managed, central, state, etc. So I think it will evolve. I think a hybrid system will fall in place. Without FASTag is to be seen. Because I think what has got us here has to be used to be able to get to the next level is what I personally believe.
Right. So good. Thank you for that opinion, sir. And so as Neeraj mentioned, it is like you're going to have enforcement. So enforcements become an important part of this ecosystem because the vehicles are not going to stop and the stakeholders cannot take losses, right? So the fund flow has to happen seamlessly. So Shrikant, on this, like, how can this enforcements come into picture? And as you have been an first point of touch to the customers, do you think the enforcements will help, and can this go ahead?
Yeah, surely. So I think while I'll comment on that, the most important aspect is that I think what Neeraj was saying and we always saying is that how did we reach this topic today, right? I mean, when we are speaking about challenges in ANPR, what led to this phase where we are right now? So I mean, some of us have been fortunate to be in that starting of the journey. It's not been an automatic, natural event which happened that 97% of people are paying tolls, right? I mean, it's been a real orchestrated effort, right? And thanks to the leadership of this country and so on, who made it enforce. So we always believe, or when we see it now, it's mostly technology, then enforcement, and the last one, customer convenience, right? I mean, these are the three factors which have led to where we are, and we are speaking about, seamless driving and so on, which I think it's the right thing to do, because we all want better roads. If you need better roads, I'm seeing friends here from the other side, where, if they have to build better roads, if they have to maintain, revenue has to be there, right? I mean, so transparency has to be there and so on. Second is that if a person will have to move faster, so I was reading somewhere about the time taken at a toll plaza, which has come down with FASTag, right? So all these events are there. So taking cue from what he was saying, Neeraj was saying, it's absolutely right, is that we need to learn from what has happened. So when I'm saying, I'll just skip the technology for experts here, enforcement, how did FASTag reach this stage? There was a mini enforcement which happened in between, right? Wherein they said that it's going to be mandated. First it was one lane, then all the lanes, then there came a penalty, right? I mean, so that's what happened in FASTag story where it was enforced. Now, when you're seeing, now imagine the toll barrier is not there and people always say that, look, if I don't pay, and we Indians, we are not that, in terms of a behavior, we don't pay on time. I was just again reading somewhere that utility bills, right? It's hardly 20% people who pay on time, right? So it's not that we always pay. But then, if you see enforcement plus convenience to pay, will of course make sure that people are going to pay, right? I mean, it's not that we are all bad or we don't want to pay. It's only about that how convenient it is to pay. And again, the same thing, learning from what he was saying. We have almost around 5 crore plus FASTags which are which are pasted on vehicle. In that, almost 3.5 crores of FASTags have got balances, right? So when we started, I'm sure that people here, at that time would be aware. They were all saying, even it came in the press and so on, that who is going to recharge a prepaid instrument, keep some money in that tag, and it's India. Hey, look, we don't do that, right? And that's where we are right now. And second was that who's going to recharge? Like, how will we recharging it? That's where all the ecosystem partners and others came there, saying that we started various ways of recharging. Now, recharging FASTag is just like 2 seconds, right? So I think yes, we need to enforce. Enforcement, of course, is a large, complex subject. I don't think we have the time and bandwidth and expertise and skills to be, speak about that. But enforcement plus convenience to pay will make sure that people are going to pay. So I'm very much optimistic.
Adoption will propagate it more than enforcement.
Absolutely,
is what.
absolutely.
Okay, I understand. And to Varun, actually, you have seen that there is some intentional things that we discussed about the number plates and all, but still there could be noises as well. So that was not intentional. The customer's number plates are read incorrectly. So one thing is not getting charged, where we are facing a financial loss to the operators. And there is another thing, that is when a wrong customer is getting charged. So when I haven't traveled, but due to the number is being read as, instead of 5, it is read as 6 and all. Yeah. So in that case, a different customer can get charged. So how can we overcome that, in your opinion?
Yeah, so taking cue from what Neeraj also mentioned, that the hybrid system is the one that we see as the one which will result in the highest levels of customer satisfaction. See, at Paytm, for example, we're a tech product company at the end of the day, right? And customer is the king, right? The reason why, just taking another step back, the reason why, even despite the mandate of FASTag being compulsory, the customers were willing to go to it is because they themselves felt the ease and convenience, right? And that's the reason it moved from 3% to 97%. There are those remaining 3% that are still left behind, but that's a different matter. The reason why these customers will again move to the new technology, right, will be again for the ease of convenience of saving that average 47 seconds that is being stopped at the toll. Right. So the customers, I'm fairly certain, and we've seen that with the case of FASTag as well, will be willing to move to the new, more seamless system. Now it's for us to figure out what hybrid model can we use to ensure that the customer convenience is kept at a priority. At the same time, the operators don't end up losing out. And therefore, just slightly technical in nature here, but if your vehicle registration number, right, is mapped uniquely to a FASTag, which is uniquely mapped to a prepaid wallet, right, which is a fully KYC'd information, right? So if there's no one-to-many relationship on any of these 3 parameters, then it's fairly easy. So you could, for these 97% of the cases, you will be able to deduct the money from the FASTag, but for whatever is left behind, if you're able to capture the number plate for the remaining ones, then because it is still linked to a unique FASTag, which is linked to a unique wallet, you would still be able to afford the customer convenience without any loss to the operator. That's the opinion that we have.
Yeah. Nice. So, so if you see this movement in the highways is actually related to our economy, as we were discussing. So the speed in which the vehicles are flying on the highways is adds up to the speed in which the economy is going to grow. So when we were coming out of the lockdowns and our slowdowns during the pandemic, so we were tracking what is the FASTag data, and we said that the economic activity is picking up. So yes, so all these adds value to it. And as Shrikant was mentioning that there are technological challenges, right? So Jay, can you add something on what are the technological challenges that we will face, like on the connectivity side, while this is going to be an vision technology, right? So you're going to capture images, feed, and you're going to move it into a server where you're going to process it and then initiate transactions on the customers. So any challenges that we can see from the technology point of view which we need to overcome?
From a pure architecture perspective, it's obviously an India scale architecture that you're thinking of. I mean, you're designing for a massive challenge right from the word go. Challenges are obviously there, and the scale is the largest part of the challenge. If you're dealing with, let's say, vision-related gantries or vision-related stop points, so vision-related points where the car goes through at 100 kilometers per hour. Now you're dealing with data which is much larger than what a FASTag is generating, and much faster also, right? So the platform obviously is now a much larger piece of the story. The platform now has to take into account cases whereby maybe a toll plaza goes down, for instance. Can you still continue the calculation? And it takes the burden of responsibility much more in terms of figuring out what are the gaps here, for instance. Did I miss a vehicle on the way? Can I do some calculation at a later point, for instance? And as you start accumulating all these points, you'll understand that now you are building a platform which is truly next-gen in nature and is addressing solutions that we were not even thinking of earlier. Meaning, you were just thinking of FASTag, stop, start, payment, everybody is happy, 97% is happening. But I think the idea is to go beyond 97%. The vision being you are not stopping largely, but your tolling is being done accurately. I think which addresses both parts of the story, which is the technology part of the story as well as the payments part of the story. And clearly, if we are addressing computer vision as a part of the architecture, for instance, at multiple points, now I would not say it's challenging, but it's definitely a large exercise that needs to be carried out. It's an exercise that almost everybody will definitely have to buy in at some point of time, because it's not the case where NPCI develops an architecture and everybody is forced into it. I think we work with everybody here to figure out what is the right kind of architecture which solves both the technological needs at each of these points and also the payment needs, whether they are met or whether they need to be resolved through a dispute resolution, for instance, right? So,
so I'll just add to what you said. I think, see, what has got us here in terms of, I have seen this evolution since 2017, maybe end of 2017 is when I joined this business. I think from 2017 to 2022, a lot of changes have happened. ICT 2.5, toll plaza connectivities, banks ensuring violations, chargebacks, this, that, and the other. So I think we've got there. My sense is once we are able to create that right hybrid model, because I know what works abroad is not going to work in India. We'll have to kind of curate a product for India. So what has got us here will get us there in some sense. Maybe a hybrid approach will work. And a lot of the back-end work has already happened in terms of the customer's mindset saying that, I have to load my card or tag before I move forward. All that has happened. In fact, there are instances, anecdotal instances where, people are stopping in front of us, we honk because the guy has forgotten to recharge his FASTag. So next time he's not going to do it because he's going to ensure that he doesn't want that honking. So I think my sense is technology will evolve as we go along. It's not going to be right first. It is going to be an evolution over a period of 4 or 5 years. It has taken 6 years to get here. So it will be another 6 years to get to the next level, and there again we will evolve, is my point of view.
I agree.
So, since Gautam, you asked about the technology, so I'd just like to share with you guys that payments, relating payments to ANPR is one thing, but then, we are also responsible for reducing the fatality count in India. And because that is my personal interest, so we are actually trying to incorporate driver distraction technology with ANPR. So because we know that, the data says that we are losing one life in every 4 minutes. And I think as an industry experts, we are the best placed people who can actually reduce around 150,000 fatalities across India around the year. So what DD technology does is that it helps not only with the distracted driving, that is because most of the people who are losing lives on the road is because of the mobile phone usage. So it will detect the mobile phone usage, even if you're reading the text, you are messaging, you are not wearing your seat belts. So in India, wearing seat belts at the rear seat is not mandatory as of now. But in other countries, it was there since 1997. So we are trying to bring in that technology and incorporate with ANPR, that is one. Mobile phone usage, that is two. Reading and messaging, that is three. And last is definitely helmet violation and red light violation. So yeah, that is as per the ANPR and technology front.
With ANPR, we are going to install cameras across the highway. So this feed that we are going to get is not only limiting to the payment industry, and it can be used, that feed can be used for several cases. Like Nikat was mentioning, we can we can do the enforcements, and we can see whether the how the driver is behaving while he is driving. There is rash driving. How many people are inside, what they are doing inside. So there is a lot of things that insights can be given, and that can be highlighted to the authorities to take appropriate actions. So, on tolling, it's basically a payment process. So when we came to the FASTag ecosystem, we mandated that all the payments will be done through FASTag. So there is only one payment mode. So when we are moving into this ecosystem where it is going to be quite flexible, and we are going to provide options for the customers to link their payment modes to their vehicle registration numbers. So how do you see that space, whether the rest, like how would we be implemented? So it should start with an single payment mode, or we should give a customer option to link multiple payment modes. So, and this will actually have, so I'll just load this question again.
I'm waiting for that.
Because a major problem that we are facing in FASTag is when the tags do not have balance and there is blacklisting and all. So this is a serious problem which we can mitigate. So that is why I just wanted to bring that question to you.
No, so I'll tell you what. So I think the question that you want to ask, and I'll just paraphrase it so that your question is clear to everybody in the room. What is the role of banks in the evolving ecosystem? That's really the question essentially. So I'll start with what the banks have, and all stakeholders have played their roles. So banks have not just been the role of issuing the tag, and I think that's something that I want to clarify for everybody. The role that the banks have played in the FASTag ecosystem is not just issuance of tag and managing the tag. There is a lot of back-end work in terms of managing the entire ecosystem, in terms of the chargeback, in terms of the violations, ensuring that the concessionaires are taken care of, ensuring that the toll collection is happening on time, etc. So the role that the banks have played thus far in this current scheme of things is being a core part of the entire ecosystem in terms of ensuring that the customer is connected. So for example, I'll just take the case of ICICI Bank. The way FASTag is currently embedded in ICICI Bank, it almost looks like it's our product. And with the way of auto recharge, ability to apply for a tag, ability to ask for a replacement, ability to get your statement, etc., etc. So we've become embedded in the ecosystem. I don't know the role that the banks will play going forward, but I honestly feel that as the ecosystem evolves, the roles of the key stakeholders will get formed on their own. Whether it is going to be an ANPR based, because finally there is a payment system that needs to be connected to the entire ecosystem. How that gets connected will be as per the technology, the way it evolves. Customer today loads Uber through multiple channels, right? I'm just giving you an example of Uber. You have an Uber app, you can load it through multiple channels. That's an app. That evolution could actually happen, saying the FASTag or the tolling system becomes an app, where multiple payment systems get connected. But that's just one part. We are missing the entire part of toll management at the plaza, acquiring the transaction, ensuring chargeback, ensuring violation management, ensuring recon on time. So all these things, I think the role will evolve over a period of time is what my sense is. Srikanth, you may want to add.
Yeah, actually,
No,
Srikanth,
no, I'm
I
so
was
happy
due to
that
add
the big man has said that we all would be there. Our jobs are safe and secure, right? So yeah, but on a serious note, I think yes, very. It's true that payments would be there and so on and so forth. Again, it's back to the convenience part, where we were speaking about and how it has to be done. Just a couple of things on the technology side. When we started, the FASTag part, we were always saying that, I still recollect a mail which came long back saying that there are 1 lakh blacklisted tags. How will the plazas get that? How are you going to do that? And some of us here are aware that close to 2 crore FASTags are in blacklisted and low balance status and so on. So that scale will be evolving. And when we started the API, after 2 years of FASTag, I think we used to, so the average time was around 70% of transaction were sent in a day's time, right? Now I believe it is 80% in whatever 3 minutes, 4 minutes. So the scale is happening, and you are also aware. On the image side, while I'm not an expert like you guys on the tech side, in the image side, we also had, I'm sure that many of the banks have done, we process most of our violations and other things on image-based, the automated factors, right? We ourselves handle on basic image-based automation close to 100,000 cases every day without any kind of manual intervention. So I think image is something which will happen. We as a bank also, we are like deeply invested into the image-based payments. I'm not just saying about tolling side, which is bound to happen. Yeah. So Neeraj, thanks for making sure that we are here. And I think
So I'll just take 1 second of each one of you. So if given a chance to link your one of the payment instrument to your VRN, which one it would be? Whether it would be UPI or card or FASTag or what it would be?
For the payment of toll?
Yes.
Look, I'll be very happy to do it on a FASTag because, anyway, my behavior has changed over the last 4 years.
What about you?
As of now, FASTag. I don't see the next evolution yet. So as of now, it's FASTag. I don't know what the answer will be 3 years from now. Maybe we'll connect again.
Sure.
I totally second their thought.
Okay. What about you?
The same. It just works.
Okay. So prepaid instrument still stays a favorite part of the payment instrument.
I just want on a lighter note, who's going to expose a bank account to a government? Think about it.
Jay, your choice?
I think UPI makes sense, but in a sense, I agree with all of them.
Scott here. Jay, but if you know, as you are aware, FASTag as a recharge option or FASTag as a PPI is linked to UPI also. Every tag which is issued comes with a virtual address, right? So while I'm saying that I'm happy to pay from FASTag, it's actually from my bank account which it comes, right? It could be from any bank. It could be through any mode. Right? So I think, so we're just saying the form factor, but it's open to everything.
It is not that NPCI people say it is UPI. It's genuinely a favorite product of everyone, so that's why I say.
No, it's प्यार तो होता ही है.
So I think we're just bound by the moment right now because since we are so used to FASTag and it's a comfort factor for all of us, right? On this panel, in a sense, because we've dealt with FASTag, we understand the ecosystem well, we understand what happens if things don't work. So people have bought into it. And if we, let's say 2 years down the line, if we are trying to project ourselves about what could be a much more smoother way for both the payments to happen and as well as the entire ecosystem to evolve, maybe one of the other payment systems like UPI could be the way forward also, for instance.
Yeah. So before going to the audience, as we spoke about UPI, I just have a question to Varun. So we all remember the digital payments is not new to India. It has been from quite some time. We have had cards, we have had several modes of payments, but it did not pick up to the scale that it has now. And the major play it has been on the UPI side has been the mobile experience. So a customer need not actually carry anything physical, and he can have a clear mobile experience. He can just pick out his mobile and just scan it and pay it. So this mobile experience so I think that is the same state I think we are standing right now in the mobility payments use case. So how can this mobile experience, because as from Paytm side you would have an experience in that side also. So I just want your views on that. How can this mobile experience bring about a change in this?
Right, all right. So let's put this question into a perspective. Again, just coming back to what are we solving for, right? So just from an ANPR perspective, just coming back, right? Are we solving for payments, or are we trying to solve for free mobility? If payments is already taken care of by FASTag, then let's solve the second piece, right, is what I would say. Because as the panelists have also just mentioned, that all the hard work that so many entities have collaborated over the last 6 odd years have resulted in such a fantastic world-class leading product, why let go of it, right? And if all the learning that we've had on it, using a seamless payments experience here, regardless of anything, any new product that's coming out, right, unless it really ends up beating the benchmarks of the existing product, well, again, from a customer convenience perspective, I wouldn't go for this new product. So just a couple of data points here, right, that I would like to throw to the audience. So for some banks, the approval rate on FASTag acquiring is 99.97%. That's the highest. On FASTag issuance, it's about 99.48%. And chargeback, like we were mentioning, is 0.12%. If such are the benchmarks that we have for FASTag, the new technology, either on payments or ANPR or GNSS or anything else, needs to beat this benchmark. Only then will we have the customer delight at the end of the day, right? And therefore, just now coming to your question on mobile payments, there is a way to load the FASTag, right? There are multiple payment options that do exist, right? And I'm fairly certain that unless the new solution that we end up making beats the convenience that FASTag provides, we might just stick to it, rather than looking at building something new that might not solve for an existing problem. And maybe a couple of years down the line, maybe we have a problem that emerges out of it, right? Like the large count of blacklisted tags, for example, that you have, right? And maybe we would work with a solution to ease out the pain on those problem areas. And certainly we can use mobile payment acceptance and technology to do so, because the depth of smartphones, right, is increasing day by day, thanks to the brilliant telecom policies that the government also had, right? Completely kudos to that. And so the benefit of using a smartphone is that it has its own GPS chip as well, right? Now, how can you utilize the KYC database of the banks, right, with the fact that you have a VRN? Again, can you then link it to GPS? So think about making a one-to-one relationship of, say, your Aadhaar with your PAN, right, with the bank account, with the FASTag, with the vehicle, and then with the GPS. Because it's all technology that can be linked through APIs and can be read at an instant, we can combine, if not all of it, then some of it, to give out that world-class experience where everybody is happy in the system. The customer does not have to stop at the tolls. The concessionaire gets the entire amount, right? And then well, the entire ecosystem benefits from it. So that's what I would say. But Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, we are open to the audience for any questions. Mike, please.
Can somebody give him a mic if possible?
Yeah. So I have a question to the panel. As we are talking about the technology, and we are just moved from, say, a cash toll collection to digitized version of that using Fast Track. So now when we are talking about moving to ANPR, that's the new wave, making it better. It does involve a good amount of reinvestment of changing the current infra into something better. Now, I do understand that we do not want to get into a rip and replace every time we are changing the technology. So there are certain components like FASTag we'll be able to reuse, but there are a good amount of resources which are tied to a certain vendor which we may not be able to reuse. So the question is, when we are trying to build this new technology, new vision, are there any efforts to look for a vendor neutral or vendor agnostic channels which can work across, or anything like an open source technology which can help us for a larger lifetime as we evolve?
I think yes.
Yeah, thanks for the question. And it's a very poignant question also, because generally when we are designing for scale, the usual question as far as infrastructure is concerned is asked is, are we going to face a lock-in of some sorts always? And one thing that we can answer from an NPCA perspective is we go for an architecture which is as open source as far as possible. Because ultimately it's a technology which is going to be used for the public good. I mean, it's not a proprietary piece of technology per se, but if this technology needs partners to scale on their own, maybe they should be equipped with specifications that we all agree upon, and they can grow along those lines, right? So which means that given the responsibility that this stack is the responsibility of all the people here, not just NPCA or the banks, but all the players in the entire loop, I think there is this onus of keeping it as scalable as possible, keeping it in a fashion such that somebody takes a blueprint and is able to implement it immediately, right? I hope that sort of answers your question to an extent.
Just take one more point. So even today, the way FASTag operates, there are multiple system players in the ecosystem, right? There are system integrators who are multiple. There are hosts or service providers who are multiple. It connects to the ICD 2.5 as of now, right? So I think as it evolves, there will not be one player as I see it. There will be multiple players because the integration points are many. There could be an acquiring integration, there will be integration at the toll plaza, there will be integration at the banking payment gateways. So even today, if you count on FASTag, there will be, in my opinion, 100 plus players who are playing their parts. So I don't think that is going to change, is my opinion. Let's see how it goes. 3 years later, we will talk.
If I could just add to that same thing, sorry, I mean, it was a very interesting point. So I was also like wondering, how many channels would be there on that. So as Niraj was saying, it's on both sides, right? When we are saying acceptance here, is that physical toll plaza which we all see, right? So we have got lanes, we have got lane controllers, we have got the physical boxes. There are people over there. They got a plaza office. They have got connectivity. They got Vim over there, AVCs, and so on and so forth, right? So it's a huge hardware infrastructure. If I count the people also as part of hardware or infra, it's a huge scale, right? Now, all these things should change. Disruption will happen for sure. If you're speaking about, without a boom barrier, you don't need many of these things, right? So some of these players over here who are doing this will have to evolve, or new players will come in and, they have to embrace new technology and so on. And I'm sure that most of us in the room who are close to this are always learning how to do that change, right? That's a fact. Second, on the banking side, which we can comment on, right now, broadly, we do only 2 activities, issuance and acquiring, right? But now we are speaking about enforcement. We are speaking about collection. Now, the current, the ecosystem which we would have done in terms of tech partners, operational partners and so on, needs to change, needs to evolve there also. There would be multiple ways of collecting, which we have seen in, he's the king of, consumer finance. So we all do a lot of things on how to collect money, right? So all those will come up, and I think it's going to be an interesting piece to see. Let's really focus on that, and I think it's helpful. Yeah, thanks.
Next question.
Yeah, hi. So my question is about the infrastructure which is there on the toll nakas today. I've been one of an extensive travelers on the road, and honestly, there's a commendable job that people have done to move from cash to FASTag. But for me, none less than standing in a FASTag line for at least 40 minutes every time I travel on the road is really painful, right? The biggest problem that I see here is the infra. When you actually come on the road and then you get into the toll naka, it doesn't detect the FASTag. Now my question here is, the infra which is put there is really so much weak, and we are planning to get into ANPR technology. Would you really think that we are still not coming out of this technology issue? Would ANPR work at the toll plazas? Is the point that I want to ask you guys.
Can I go first? Yeah. Sorry, so look, I mean, again, we are speaking about payments, and payments is not just technology, right? It's about operations also, right? I mean, one thing which we learned from tolling, which we all have, is that we thought, I mean, once we have a sticker on the screen, cars will zip through the toll plazas and so on. Never, right? It's more of operations, right? I mean, how do you manage their operations over there? You're absolutely right. Why those 40-minute block in certain toll plazas are happening is not because of, there's an issue in the FASTag or the reader is not working and so on. There are operational issues over there. The way the toll plazas have been constructed, it's a 6-7 lane which comes to 4 lanes and so on. And I'm sure that people from the government are here. They're working on that to see how that can be decluttered, even without ANPR, with FASTag and so on. I don't want to name any of those toll plazas. They're typical plazas where we know that the plaza should not be there. It should be a bit ahead, right? So someone thought that it should be there. It has been kept over there. And that is why this 40 minutes traffic is there. So, and there is also a 1%, those people, those 3% guys whose tag is blacklisted, who still don't want to pay by cash, that double penalty and all those things. That takes around 2-3 minutes, right? It's not more than that. But more the traffic is happening on an operation standpoint. Whatever we are going to change here, ANPR or GNSS and so on, where the gantry has to be there is going to be extremely important. Trust me, whatever best, they all on the technology side will do it. If someone says that the gantry has to be in a specific spot, which makes no sense, the same traffic would happen. You need to slow down at the gantry a bit, right? So I think that's my take. It's not any issue with the payment technology. It's not any hardware reader. There was a reader issue. There was a FASTag RFID issue also at times. But we all have been to multiple places, right? Plazas and so on. The hardware people, builders, construction companies and so on, they have upgraded their hardware like crazy, right? I mean, they have spent money on that over the last 3-4 years because 97% of their revenue is from FASTag. If they don't do it, I mean, they are like gone, right? So I think it's operational more, sir. I mean, I'll just stop over there. Not just about the hardware or the software behind that. And that's my view on that. Thank you.
So typically when we talk about the infrastructure and the operations, there's something that I'd like to share with you all. And a lot of people in India, in the country, are not aware of such provisions. So today on the expressways and the highways, if you are actually standing for more than 7 to 10 minutes, then you have we have a policy at NHAI and Ministry of Roads that you can actually file a complaint against the operator or the EPC. And even if the boom barrier is not opening in 0.06 to 0.09 seconds, because those are the specifications that we mention in the RFP before the allotment of the tender. And if they are not able to fulfill that, we give those rights that you have the provision and you have the right to file a complaint against the EPC. So yeah. But then it doesn't go with the cities or maybe small towns because definitely of the abysmal roads and poor engineering that we have. But yes, it does happen in the highways and expressways.
So I think this it's a very important question, and I'd really like to take 2 minutes. Is if you see, let's say the Dahisar toll Naka, for example, I don't think it's an engineering marvel the way the toll Naka is being managed today. There are some 20 lanes that have been created out of 5 lanes or 6 lanes. Nowhere in the world this marvel happens. It only happens in Dahisar and Thane. Right? So I'm just saying we should be cognizant of the fact that the way the plaza, the lanes should have been, these guys have actually made it into a 20-lane plaza. Even then there is waiting. So I honestly feel that it will also evolve. So these 6 lanes have become 20. They will find a way to make it 25, but the traffic never stops. So I think it will evolve. I think where we are in 6 years, another 6 years, sir, we will be in a different position. And I think it's progressing. So that's what we should be happy about, is my opinion. But the only point I'd like to make is remember India and remember the way we are, where we are. US, somebody from consultant from US cannot come and guide us as to how to manage it because they have not seen it. We had appointed some consultant, they told us some X, Y, Z thing that never worked. Because they talked about US template. We want Dahisar template. So.
Thank you. So Indian roads are very challenging when it comes to deploying or implementing some effective solutions in revenue. Definitely because of high traffic density, that is one. And B is because of the public awareness also. So we also need to take the responsibility, because I believe no matter whatever technology we bring in, but then if public is not following that, if we as an individual are not taking the responsibility, then I don't think we'll be able to reach anywhere. And to what he said, for one of my previous projects, one of the tunnels, that was the most challenging project that I handled in India. And we appointed one of the most, one of the best consultants from Spain. And but then the kind of designing that they did for the tunnel, I mean, literally we had to lose out on the revenue part because we already paid for that. And then again, we had to redesign and optimize the entire BOQ. So definitely people from outside, they cannot come and work for Indian roads, that is for sure.
Hello, I am Praveen from Jetpat Pay. And as Neeraj sir said, we are the guys who implemented the Dahisar Plaza to make it live in FASTag. And we are the people who implemented first parking of the country with NPCI, so that it is for all. With NPCI, the good way, it is democratic. There is no intellectual property, and it is for all. So I'm very happy to tell we did first with ICICI.
Made in Dahisar.
Yeah, and it is live. So my question is very practical. The government, the policymakers, everybody puts a lot of effort in implementing something. So my humble question is that these are different technology like FASTag, UPI, ANPR, and the GPS. Can we work on evolving a model that is convergence of this technology? Because on one side we have to take care of technical needs, and other side we have to take care of the financial payments compulsions. So can there be a convergence? So we, NPCI, NHI should work together to integrate these 4 technologies together to handle technical need as well as to fulfill the financial needs. So that convergence, can it happen, or should we talk on that line instead of replacing something? This is my request to NHI also. So this can make both life happy and easier. And the second point is this convergence, can it happen, is question to NPCI guys and NHI guys both. Second is common man perspective. Like a common man doesn't buy a 100 rupee FASTag. How do we expect the guys who use Baba nameplate or Dada nameplate to replace an ANPR nameplate, number plate? So that is a challenge in terms of, customer reach, that they don't really buy a 100 rupee FASTag. And we are expecting them to have a ANPR with, costly number plates. So how it will happen? So first is a very positive question, which I want to ask everybody. Let us work for a convergence of everything And second is implementation of the new model for ANPR, how it can happen. So these are two questions for you.
Just before handing over this question to the panelists, so we cannot say that a customer is not ready to buy a FASTag, because we, at present, when we are speaking, we have around 5.8 crore tags that is there in the country, in the whole ecosystem. So I just would like that point to be taken by the bank separately also. Yeah, over to you.
I think he's right in one way. I'll take the second one, Praveen. You know, like if you see, I mean, about the what you say, high security resolution place, right? Even in this room, I believe how many of you have bought a car post 2019 in this crowd? You can see 1, 2, 3. Not bad. I mean, right? So since 2019, I don't know the date exactly. It is mandatory that every vehicle which is getting going to the RTO should have a high resolution plate, right? I mean, then of course after that, if we changes to whatever we were all speaking in the first part of the meeting, it can happen anywhere, right? So number plate as a challenge, I think it is done. Now coming back to the larger part, which are people who don't have. Believe me, I think it's not that bad to take a. It's not that tough to buy one, which is on the trade. And yeah, so if convenience is there, Praveen, trust me, people will take that plate. People will go through the toll plazas also. I mean, on the highway itself, faster, and they will pay also. Now it's about how we speak to people on that.
Then to enforcement. Can you help me on first question?
So I think if you followed the panel closely, I think the
Agree.
I mean, sir, nobody knows what's going to evolve. Abhi to, it's slightly further away. I think the decision or the way forward on the next steps is very far away. I think all of us are kind of grappling as to what the evolution will be. We have only seen one pilot of 500 vehicles on Mumbai, Pune or Mumbai, Ahmedabad. It's not a pilot of India. So I think we'll have to wait and watch.
And we really have to do a lot of hits and trials, because if we are doing 20 POCs, then probably 1 is working or 2 is working. So nobody actually knows what is going to work and what is not going to work. But definitely standardization of the plates as per the national regulation is the need of the hour. That is going to help us in a lot of other aspects as well.
Well, I think we have overshot the time.
Yeah.
I think we can take the questions
Sorry,
offline.
can I just one last point, right? I don't know which technology will eventually be decided, but as a customer, not here as a panelist, but as an individual customer, if there is an entity that I will trust will do the right thing for the customers, it's that combination of NPCI, IHMCL, MORTH, and the like, right? So as a customer, as an Indian, I have complete faith that everything that does get implemented will be thought through from all perspectives and looking at all stakeholders. That's the level of confidence that I have in our existing systems, and I would really implore you to have the same confidence as I do. Thank you.
And can I just say something on my last submission? So I really believe that a lot of things in India has to be enforced by the system. Because if you go back few years ago, and if you go back and see, let's say if we ask somebody today, few years down the line, would you take this? Would you take this? Your answer will be no, because we are so comfortable in our own zones. We don't want to move out of a comfort zone. So everything has to be enforced by the system. Like I said, standardization of the number plates, now we have to enforce it.
Yeah. And so it again, as all of us told, it is going to be hugely dependent on the convenience.
So just wanted to answer you. I think we are headed in the direction of convergence. This is the feeling that I'm getting through the panel, right? I'm sorry you had to wait so long for the answer, but the idea is we don't rip off the current technology and introduce something as a patchwork. The idea is to move seamlessly, as Varun was mentioning earlier, seamlessly from one technology to another as much as possible. At the end of the day, it's both customer convenience and the payment backend convenience that matters, right? It has to be a win-win for all the players combined for the system to be successful. And if you look at most of the innovations at an India scale that has happened over the last 5, 6, 7 years, that has been the key. How do we scale faster? How do we take everybody along as we scale faster? How do we ensure that all the technologies are democratic enough for people to scale faster, right? And how do we ensure that everything is as seamless as possible? Maybe a nudge along the way, but still be as seamless as possible, right? Thanks.
Yep. Thank you everyone for this. So,
Thank you everyone for
Yeah,
your
thank you
time.
so much, Gautam, for moderating that session, and the panelists for those engaging thoughts. Thank you, the audience, for being with us this afternoon. See you in a while after lunch. Thank you so much.
When it comes to venturing into unfamiliar territories, at Standard Chartered, we understand the journey you're making. Our network of experts are on the ground already, promoting dialogue, driving innovation, and building the sustainable economies of the future. Because your success is our business, and opening doors is what we do. We are Standard Chartered, here for good.
ए भाई ए भाई जरा स्कैम से बचो, ऑफलाइन ही नहीं ऑनलाइन भी,
लॉटरी ही नहीं कैश प्राइज भी, ओटीपी ही नहीं
क्यूआर भी।
मैडम आपका बैंक अकाउंट ब्लॉक हो गया है, अपना यूपीआई पिन देंगे प्लीज।
यूपीआई पिन? कॉल सेंटर से जो कॉल आया है, डिटेल्स उसे कभी देना नहीं।
पिन नहीं, नंबर नहीं,
काम नहीं,
एड्रेस नहीं,
पासवर्ड नहीं,
कभी नहीं।
ए भाई जरा स्कैम से बचो, ए भाई।
फ्रेंड ने जो पैसे मंगाए हैं, करना उससे पहले वेरीफाई है।
वीडियो कॉल से, ऑडियो कॉल से,
तरह तरह के वॉइस नोट से,
ईपी से स्टेटस तक,
लास्ट सीन से इमोजी तक,
अच्छे से जांच करो। ए भाई जरा स्कैम से बचो, ए भाई स्कैम का सर्कस है और प्यारे स्कैम ये सर्कस है, और इस सर्कस ने बड़े को भी, छोटे को भी, दादा को भी, पोते को भी, मम्मी को भी, पापा को भी, नीचे से ऊपर तक, ऊपर से नीचे तक घेरा है।
जरा देखो, जरा सोचो, जरा स्कैम से बचो।
Going into the second half of play, hoping it's as exciting as the first.
When it comes to venturing into unfamiliar territories, at Standard Chartered, we understand the journey you're making. Our network of experts are on the ground already, promoting dialogue, driving innovation, and building the sustainable economies of the future. Because your success is our business, and opening doors is what we do. We are Standard Chartered, here for good.
ए भाई ए भाई जरा स्कैम से बचो ऑफलाइन ही नहीं ऑनलाइन भी
लॉटरी ही नहीं कैश प्राइज भी ओटीपी ही नहीं
क्यूआर भी
मैडम आपका बैंक अकाउंट ब्लॉक हो गया है अपना यूपीआई पिन देंगे प्लीज
यूपीआई पिन कॉल सेंटर से जो कॉल आया है डिटेल्स उसे कभी देना नहीं
पिन नहीं नंबर नहीं
काम नहीं
एड्रेस नहीं
पासवर्ड नहीं
कभी नहीं
ए भाई जरा स्कैम से बचो ए भाई
फ्रेंड ने जो पैसे मंगाए हैं करना उससे पहले वेरीफाई है
वीडियो कॉल से ऑडियो कॉल से
तरह के वॉइस नोट से
डीपी से स्टेटस तक
लास्ट से इमोजी तक
अच्छे से जांच करो ए भाई जरा स्कैम से बचो ए भाई स्कैम का सर्कस है और प्यारे स्कैम ये सर्कस है और इस सर्कस ने बड़े को भी छोटे को भी दादा को भी पोते को भी मम्मी को भी पापा को भी नीचे से ऊपर तक ऊपर से नीचे तक घेरा है
जरा देखो जरा सोचो जरा स्कैम से बचो
Going into the second half of play, hoping it's as exciting as the first.
When it comes to venturing into unfamiliar territories, at Standard Chartered, we understand the journey you're making. Our network of experts are on the ground already, promoting dialogue, driving innovation, and building the sustainable economies of the future. Because your success is our business, and opening doors is what we do. We are Standard Chartered, here for good.
ए भाई ए भाई जरा स्कैम से बचो ऑफलाइन ही नहीं ऑनलाइन भी
लॉटरी ही नहीं कैश प्राइज भी ओटीपी ही नहीं
क्यूआर भी
मैडम आपका बैंक अकाउंट ब्लॉक हो गया है अपना यूपीआई पिन देंगे प्लीज
यूपीआई पिन कॉल सेंटर से जो कॉल आया है डिटेल्स उसे कभी देना नहीं
पिन नहीं नंबर नहीं काम नहीं
एड्रेस नहीं
पासवर्ड नहीं कभी नहीं
ए भाई जरा स्कैम से बचो ए भाई
फ्रेंड ने जो पैसे मंगाए हैं करना उससे पहले वेरीफाई है
वीडियो कॉल से ऑडियो कॉल से
तरह के वॉइस नोट से
टीपी से स्टेटस तक
लास्ट सीन से इमोजी तक
अच्छे से जांच करो ए भाई जरा स्कैम से बचो ए भाई स्कैम का सर्कस है और प्यारे स्कैम ये सर्कस है और इस सर्कस ने बड़े को भी छोटे को भी दादा को भी पोते को भी मम्मी को भी पापा को भी नीचे से ऊपर तक ऊपर से नीचे तक घेरा है
जरा देखो जरा सोचो जरा स्कैम से बचो
La noche no se muere. La noche no se muere.
When it comes to venturing into unfamiliar territories, at Standard Chartered, we understand the journey you're making. Our network of experts are on the ground already, promoting dialogue, driving innovation, and building the sustainable economies of the future. Because your success is our business, and opening doors is what we do. We are Standard Chartered, here for good.
ए भाई ए भाई जरा स्कैम से बचो, ऑफलाइन ही नहीं ऑनलाइन भी,
लॉटरी ही नहीं कैश प्राइज भी, ओटीपी ही नहीं
क्यूआर भी।
मैडम आपका बैंक अकाउंट ब्लॉक हो गया है, अपना यूपीआई पिन देंगे प्लीज।
यूपीआई पिन? कॉल सेंटर से जो कॉल आया है, डिटेल्स उसे कभी देना नहीं।
पिन नहीं, नंबर नहीं,
काम नहीं,
एड्रेस नहीं,
पासवर्ड नहीं, कभी नहीं।
थैंक यू। ए भाई जरा स्कैम से बचो, ए भाई।
फ्रेंड ने जो पैसे मंगाए हैं, करना उससे पहले वेरीफाई है।
वीडियो कॉल से, ऑडियो कॉल से,
तरह के वॉइस नोट से,
टीपी से स्टेटस तक,
लासिन से इमोजी तक,
अच्छे से जांच करो। जरा स्कैम से बचो। ए भाई स्कैम का सर्कस है और प्यारे स्कैम ये सर्कस है, और इस सर्कस ने बड़े को भी, छोटे को भी, दादा को भी, पोते को भी, मम्मी को भी, पापा को भी, नीचे से ऊपर तक, ऊपर से नीचे तक घेरा है।
जरा देखो, जरा सोचो, जरा स्कैम से बचो।
Going into the second half of play, hoping it's as exciting as the first.
When it comes to venturing into unfamiliar territories, at Standard Chartered, we understand the journey you're making. Our network of experts are on the ground already, promoting dialogue, driving innovation, and building the sustainable economies of the future. Because your success is our business, and opening doors is what we do. We are Standard Chartered, here for good.
ए भाई ए भाई जरा स्कैम से बचो, ऑफलाइन ही नहीं ऑनलाइन भी,
लॉटरी ही नहीं कैश प्राइज भी, ओटीपी ही नहीं
क्यूआर भी।
मैडम आपका बैंक अकाउंट ब्लॉक हो गया है, अपना यूपीआई पिन देंगे प्लीज।
यूपीआई पिन? कॉल सेंटर से जो कॉल आया है, डिटेल्स उसे कभी देना नहीं।
पिन नहीं, नंबर नहीं,
काम नहीं,
एड्रेस नहीं,
पासवर्ड नहीं,
कभी नहीं।
ए भाई जरा स्कैम से बचो। ए भाई
फ्रेंड ने जो पैसे मंगाए हैं, करना उससे पहले वेरीफाई है।
वीडियो कॉल से, ऑडियो कॉल से,
तरह तरह के वॉइस नोट से,
टीपी से स्टेटस तक,
लास्ट सीन से इमोजी तक,
अच्छे से जांच करो। ए भाई जरा स्कैम से बचो। ए भाई स्कैम का सर्कस है, और प्यारे स्कैम ये सर्कस है, और इस सर्कस ने बड़े को भी, छोटे को भी, दादा को भी, पोते को भी, मम्मी को भी, पापा को भी, नीचे से ऊपर तक, ऊपर से नीचे तक घेरा है।
जरा देखो, जरा सोचो, जरा स्कैम से बचो।
Going into the second half of play, hoping it's as exciting as the first.
When it comes to venturing into unfamiliar territories, At Standard Chartered, we understand the journey you're making. Our network of experts are on the ground already, promoting dialogue, driving innovation, and building the sustainable economies of the future. Because your success is our business, and opening doors is what we do. We are Standard Chartered, here for good.
ए भाई ए भाई जरा स्कैम से बचो ऑफलाइन ही नहीं ऑनलाइन भी
लॉटरी ही नहीं कैश प्राइज भी ओटीपी ही नहीं
क्यूआर भी
मैडम आपका बैंक अकाउंट ब्लॉक हो गया है अपना यूपीआई पिन देंगे प्लीज
यूपीआई पिन कॉल सेंटर से जो कॉल आया है डिटेल्स उसे कभी देना नहीं
पिन नहीं नंबर नहीं
काम नहीं
एड्रेस नहीं
पासवर्ड नहीं
कभी नहीं
ए भाई जरा स्कैम से बचो ए भाई
फ्रेंड ने जो पैसे मंगाए हैं करना उससे पहले वेरीफाई है
वीडियो कॉल से ऑडियो कॉल से
तरह के वॉइस नोट से
टीपी से स्टेटस तक
लास्ट सीन से इमोजी तक
अच्छे से जांच करो ए भाई जरा स्कैम से बचो ए भाई स्कैम का सर्कस है और प्यारे स्कैम ये सर्कस है और इस सर्कस ने बड़े को भी छोटे को भी दादा को भी पोते को भी मम्मी को भी पापा को भी नीचे से ऊपर तक ऊपर से नीचे तक घेरा है
जरा देखो जरा सोचो जरा स्कैम से बचो
Going into the second half of play, hoping it's as exciting as the first.
When it comes to venturing into unfamiliar territories, at Standard Chartered, we understand the journey you're making. Our network of experts are on the ground already, promoting dialogue, driving innovation, and building the sustainable economies of the future. Because your success is our business, and opening doors is what we do. We are Standard Chartered, here for good.
ए भाई ए भाई जरा स्कैम से बचो ऑफलाइन ही नहीं ऑनलाइन भी
लॉटरी ही नहीं कैश प्राइज भी ओटीपी ही नहीं
क्यूआर भी
मैडम आपका बैंक अकाउंट ब्लॉक हो गया है अपना यूपीआई पिन देंगे प्लीज
यूपीआई पिन कॉल सेंटर से जो कॉल आया है डिटेल्स उसे कभी देना नहीं
पिन नहीं नंबर नहीं काम नहीं
एड्रेस नहीं
पासवर्ड नहीं कभी नहीं
ए भाई जरा स्कैम से बचो ए भाई
फ्रेंड ने जो पैसे मंगाए हैं करना उससे पहले वेरीफाई है
वीडियो कॉल से ऑडियो कॉल से
तरह के वॉइस नोट से
टीपी से स्टेटस तक
लास्ट सीन से इमोजी तक
अच्छे से जांच करो ए भाई जरा स्कैम से बचो ए भाई स्कैम का सर्कस है और प्यारे स्कैम ये सर्कस है और इस सर्कस ने बड़े को भी छोटे को भी दादा को भी पोते को भी मम्मी को भी पापा को भी नीचे से ऊपर तक ऊपर से नीचे तक घेरा है
जरा देखो जरा सोचो जरा स्कैम से बचो
Going into the second half of play, hoping it's as exciting as the first.
When it comes to venturing into unfamiliar territories, at Standard Chartered, we understand the journey you're making. Our network of experts are on the ground already, promoting dialogue, driving innovation, and building the sustainable economies of the future. Because your success is our business, and opening doors is what we do. We are Standard Chartered, here for good.
ए भाई ए भाई जरा स्कैम से बचो, ऑफलाइन ही नहीं ऑनलाइन भी,
लॉटरी ही नहीं कैश प्राइज भी, ओटीपी ही नहीं
क्यूआर भी।
मैडम आपका बैंक अकाउंट ब्लॉक हो गया है, अपना यूपीआई पिन देंगे प्लीज।
यूपीआई पिन? कॉल सेंटर से जो कॉल आया है, डिटेल्स उसे कभी देना नहीं।
पिन नहीं, नंबर नहीं, काम नहीं,
एड्रेस नहीं,
पासवर्ड नहीं,
कभी नहीं।
ए भाई जरा स्कैम से बचो, ए भाई।
फ्रेंड ने जो पैसे मंगाए हैं, करना उससे पहले वेरीफाई है।
वीडियो कॉल से, ऑडियो कॉल से,
तरह तरह के वॉइस नोट से,
टीपी से स्टेटस तक,
लास्ट सीन से इमोजी तक,
अच्छे से जांच करो। ए भाई जरा स्कैम से बचो, ए भाई स्कैम का सर्कस है, और प्यारे स्कैम ये सर्कस है, और इस सर्कस ने बड़े को भी, छोटे को भी, दादा को भी, पोते को भी, मम्मी को भी, पापा को भी, नीचे से ऊपर तक, ऊपर से नीचे तक घेरा है।
जरा देखो, जरा सोचो, जरा स्कैम से बचो।
Going into the second half of play, hoping it's as exciting as the first.
When it comes to venturing into unfamiliar territories, at Standard Chartered, we understand the journey you're making. Our network of experts are on the ground already, promoting dialogue, driving innovation, and building the sustainable economies of the future. Because your success is our business, and opening doors is what we do. We are Standard Chartered, here for good.
ए भाई ए भाई जरा स्कैम से बचो ऑफलाइन ही नहीं ऑनलाइन भी
लॉटरी ही नहीं कैश प्राइज भी ओटीपी ही नहीं
क्यूआर भी
मैडम आपका बैंक अकाउंट ब्लॉक हो गया है अपना यूपीआई पिन देंगे प्लीज
यूपीआई पिन कॉल सेंटर से जो कॉल आया है डिटेल्स उसे कभी देना नहीं
पिन नहीं नंबर नहीं काम नहीं
एड्रेस नहीं
पासवर्ड नहीं कभी नहीं
ए भाई जरा स्कैम से बचो ए भाई
फ्रेंड ने जो पैसे मंगाए हैं करना उससे पहले वेरीफाई है
वीडियो कॉल से ऑडियो कॉल से
तरह तरह के वॉइस नोट से
ईपी से स्टेटस तक
लास्ट सीन से इमोजी तक
अच्छे से जांच करो ए भाई जरा स्कैम से बचो ए भाई स्कैम का सर्कस है और प्यारे स्कैम ये सर्कस है और इस सर्कस ने बड़े को भी छोटे को भी दादा को भी पोते को भी मम्मी को भी पापा को भी नीचे से ऊपर तक ऊपर से नीचे तक घेरा है
जरा देखो जरा सोचो जरा स्कैम से बचो
Going into the second half of play, hoping it's as exciting as the first.
La noche no se muere. La noche no se mueve. La noche no se mueve. La noche no se muere. La noche nos envuelve. La noche no se duerme.
La noche no se mueve. La noche no se mueve.
La noche no se mueve. La noche no se mueve. La noche no se mueve. La noche no se mueve. La noche no se mueve. La noche no se mueve.
pleasure to welcome you to the third edition of the world's largest FinTech festival, the Global FinTech Fest 2022. It is organized by the National Payments Corporation of India, the Payments Council of India, and the FinTech Convergence Council. This edition of the fest is supported by the Department of Economic Affairs, RBI, and IFSCA. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. We have with us for the next session, which is a fireside chat on the topic Bharat Inclusion Initiative. Talking on this topic, we have with us Ms. Manisha Chadda, the Executive Director, Global Philanthropy at JP Morgan. May I request Manisha to please take the stage. Thank you so much, ma'am. With her, we have Sandeep Kujalgi, who is the Senior Vice President of CICO. Welcome, Sandeep. Take it from here. Thank you.
Hello everyone, and thank you for joining us today. I'm Sandeep, I'm with CICO. We are the innovation continuum that was built out of IIM Ahmedabad. We are an incubator, accelerator, fund, and a research center that focuses on entrepreneurship. For the past few years now, we have been running the Bharat Inclusion Initiative. I'd say a set of programs that have been generating insights and nurturing technology innovations that further the financial inclusion of Bharat. And one of the key programs under the initiative is the Financial Inclusion Lab. And the lab has now supported over 50 early stage startups, many of them that started with us when they were still just building their prototypes. And they have now gone on to raise over 150 million in funding and have served over 30 million customers, many of them from the lower and middle income segments. To discuss some of the insights from the initiative and also outside, we have with us today Manisha Chadda, who leads JP Morgan's philanthropic programs across APAC. She's also held similar roles at Citi and ABN AMRO before. And JP Morgan has been a founding partner of the initiative. And of course, we are very happy to have Manisha supporting us. She brings with her immense experience as an observer and as a participant of the financial inclusion ecosystem in the country. Manisha, glad to have you here. Of course, this is all about FinTech, but before we actually go to FinTech, I want to understand from you and get some perspective around how financial inclusion has played out in the country. You've been here for at least a couple of decades now. So, yeah.
Sandeep, first of all, thank you for letting even the limited number of people in this room know my age. So, appreciate that start. So, the way I see financial inclusion evolve since the Cretaceous period, if I could say, but realistically since the 70s, we were initially solving primarily for the problem of access, right? So there was, of course, the formal financial system, including right up to the RRBs, but it was still not getting to the absolute low-income, largely micro businesses, and the whole microfinance institution, SHG movement evolved in the 70s and 80s to address access to finance, and at that time it was both savings and credit. So there was savings happening at that point of time. So that was the access period for a couple of decades, went up till the 90s, late 90s, early 2000s. When MFIs became very large, and there were some huge names now that have transformed into small finance banks and payment banks, and even scheduled commercial banks, it became a force to reckon with, and RBI had to step back and see, this is a lot of small borrowers and small savers. And so they stepped in and said, okay, you need to be regulated, and the whole concept of NBFC, MFI came into play. At that point of time, we were still solving for the problem of access, except it was a different legal format, and savings was taken out of the picture to protect the small depositor. It was the whole Prime Minister's Jan Dhan Yojana that actually shifted the equilibrium on access. So access to the formal financial system needed to be no longer addressed, at least as far as savings was concerned, by a parallel microfinance system. Because of the shift, and then the small finance banks came into play, and I'm literally running through the timeline in my head. The small finance banks also changed the challenge to address, because access was sort of starting to be addressed in a very big way, at least the savings and the accounts. Small finance banks actually took up more significantly the issue of product. So we went from access to usage, but from a product lens. Now where we are, zooming ahead to today, of course, the small finance banks are still around and still solving for the issue. It's become an opportunity, I'd say, for experience. So we've gone from access to usage, and today we are looking at experience. And that's where sort of the ecosystem sits today, is what is the customer experience with the financial institution and the interaction. The question no longer is, do enough people have access to bank accounts? And you were there a couple of weeks ago at Gates Foundation on the Fintech discussion, so you probably heard a lot more about it than me.
Yeah, access is fairly solved, but there's still a large population that still does not have access, and this is especially in the rural areas, right? And there are, of course, models in which they can be served, but while it remains for a majority of the population, you're right, it's more about solving for adoption. And adoption comes in only when the right products are actually built, which is also in a way what the Financial Inclusion Lab was focusing on, right? So we have people who have been building embedded finance, but building it not for the corporates, but for the small retailers there, a bridge to capital, a fund feeder, essentially working on that. We have folks who have been building for farmers and the agri supply chain, right, along similar lines. But what we've also seen is while there is access being provided, adoption is still seeing quite a few barriers, right? Just want you to talk through to those barriers. What have you typically seen?
From a fintech perspective or from a ecosystem perspective?
I guess ecosystem perspective, because ultimately I think fintech should solve for those.
There are several barriers. Some are solvable from an FI, financial institution lens, and I include fintechs in that. Some are not. So the ones that can be solved, as you articulated, in terms of, I'd say probably stretching what you said in terms of limitation of access, I'd actually define that as access to appropriate and timely products. You can still get, a small farmer can still get access from a RRB for a loan, but it might take longer and it might not be the product that she or he wants in terms of its definition. So I think what we're solving for now is to some extent access, but more focus on the product type and what your experience is to get that product. Having said that, in terms of challenges, I think if you look at the fintech ecosystem, particularly the inclusive fintech ecosystem, I think scale is still a challenge. So we're doing a lot of interesting work through the lab, as you spoke about, but it's very, it's nascent, right? So that getting to that scale and for it to become transformational is going to take a while. We're still not there. I think also in terms of products that are available or that even fintechs are working on, it's a bit of trying to fit things in the wiggle room that they have. It's not, you're not going in with a blank slate and say, well, I want to create this and I can create this. You can create the experience and the interaction, but the product itself is still a bit limited. So you're getting there, but about 75%, I'd say about there. And then there are the things which are sort of bigger ecosystem issues. I mean, we all know that women have been the largest consumers of, I'll call it small ticket finance, whether it's microfinance, SFBs, whatever, so on and so forth. But we've still not really solved for women's access to appropriate financial products. And we are some distance away from being able to even talk about financial health for women at large. And that's all the ecosystem, right? There are social barriers, there are cultural norms, there's a lot of things. About a month ago, I was at an event that was talking about women micro-entrepreneurs and how do we further them. And literally at the end of it, it boiled down to that the aspirations are there, but it's been honed into women, particularly micro businesses, that tum kya karogi? You will not succeed, right? So the risk appetite is very low because of the whole cultural honing. So I think it's a combination. We can't expect fintechs to solve for everything, but at least a big chunk of it can be solved for through financial services.
So, I mean, interesting points, right? I mean, there are product, there are, there's distribution challenge, there is probably even financial capability, and then I'll even call it, a societal mindset. Fintechs cannot solve for it, but I guess there are still a variety of actors, and I think we have discussed this. Different folks have been solving for different things. They're focused on different. The public sector solves for a few things. The private sector looks at something else. Foundations like you also step in some other gap areas. How have you seen, these different folks playing their different roles in solving for that ultimate goal, right?
For me, the equation is fairly linear, but it's obviously a very simplified version. I think the private sector's role is innovation. That's what a private sector's role essentially should be. The government's role, given the size and diversity of our country, is scale. And I mean, I guess I don't need to tell everyone in this room, the government in India has done a brilliant job of laying the rails of tech. There's still, Mr. Chandrasekharan was talking about the optic fibers reaching villages in the next few months and so on and so forth. So the rails are all there, right? I think the job of the private sector, and that's essentially what fintechs are doing, are building on that. So how do you innovate? How do you push the envelope, leveraging the massive public infrastructure investments that have already happened? There's also an element of, particularly when we talk about inclusive finance, of empowering the users, right? I mean, people like you and me who deal with tech so regularly, it's intuitive. If the mobile banking interface changes, we'll figure it out in about 10 minutes, right? Try that with your parents. Highly unlikely कि उनको समझ आएगा. And these are, most of our parents are educated, working professionals. Yeah. Imagine when you go down to, a woman in her 40s in, I don't know, in Rampur. Very unlikely she's going to be able to figure out how to do this. So that's actually a softer issue which behind the whole glam of tech gets hidden. Now there is a role for private sector. So the government is doing its own thing, but the government is not going to be able to build capabilities, financial capabilities of individuals. It is the responsibility of the private sector, whether it's providers or foundations or innovations, to push that, to get the consumer base up to being able to use the tech. So I think it's a very nice tango. And that's something the government very openly says, that we're laying the rails. Now go ahead, build, right? You've got so much happening. ONDC is coming up. I mean, UPI has been around for a while, and the whole plethora of the rails as such.
In a way, this things has been happening, right? You look at, even when MFIs came, there was a bit of education that had to be provided. Even banks, I'd say even what was it, 1961, when banks were nationalized, right? Before financial inclusion was even a term, to be honest, there was education that was happening. And the same will probably apply to fintech. But then who will do that education?
So I have a slightly different take on education, as you know, because we've argued on this a lot of times, right? in the 60s and the 50s and the 70s even, when this whole concept of, acha, guess what, you can get a small loan to buy that chickens to grow your poultry. You had to explain, no, but you need to save also, right? Jo kamaoge, usko save karo thoda sa. That used to be the concept. Like now, you don't need to tell people to save. You need to give them the tools to do so, right? So concept of you need to save is literacy in my mind. You're educating people on the need to do certain financial behaviors or certain financial activities. Today, we don't need to do that. It's gone from literacy, as we call it, or financial literacy as it's known globally. It zoomed ahead to financial capability because we had people saying, "Acha, आपने मुझे बता दिया है how to do accounting, लेकिन loan तो मिलता नहीं है, मैं accounting करके क्या करूँ?" So the tools were important. Right? So we are talking clearly about financial capability. From a fintech perspective now, where we are today, it's customer acquisition. If your customer is not going to trust the platform, is not going to understand the platform, they're not going to use it. If, I don't know crypto, I'm never going to use crypto, right? Unless I trust crypto, I'm not going to use it. So for fintechs, actually for all financial institutions for the most part, for large financial institutions, there's a moral responsibility and then there's a business-related responsibility. The business-related responsibility is about capability. It's about, very simple example, you want the person using an insurance product to meet life cycle requirements and not dipping into the savings. And from a financial institution's perspective, if that person dips into their savings, your capital to lend and generate money is going down. So it makes a lot of economic sense, actually. The best way to do that is to embed it. I think that's, you have the tools, you have I'm very reluctant to use the word knowledge. You have the understanding, and then you have the tools. And then you're more likely to be able to leverage that understanding.
Right. Yeah, interesting point. I think we had a startup here that showcased, right? Mool, also a startup of the lab, which is probably doing something similar. You are saving, but that saving enables you to get credit, which means that you can't really over leverage, right? Because then that's going to affect the limit that you're going to get. Again, and similarly others, right? You have an entitled, which is looking at a financial wellness as a whole and not just looking to just give credit and make the customers indebted. And love the point that you made, that ultimately if you're doing good for the customer, it's good for your business, right? And somewhere, I think we're slowly moving towards that financial health as, the goal that we are seeking for that customer. So, I mean, again, a lot of fintechs here and listening in. So now for those fintechs, now based on your experience both here as well as globally, if you have to, tell them, those top 3 things that you should actually be doing right now to ensure that you are inclusive, what would they be?
Well, with the disclaimer that I am no expert because I don't run a fintech myself, so this is like pure play, just
I'm sure you're being very humble, but yeah.
I think the one thing is a lot of fintech, particularly inclusive fintech founders and companies as such, it's a much longer runway than your typical fintechs who cater to middle income, upper income, urban. And that can be a little daunting, right? So perseverance to me is in the inclusive finance space, fintech, MFI, whatever. Perseverance, I think, is a quality that all of us need in this space because it's a much longer runway. That is one, I think, is definitely a mantra I would stick over my door. I think the second thing is that it's listen to the customer. This is common for all service providers, right? Customer knows best. Not always, but listen to the customer because that is what is going to drive your growth. And with that comes in agility. When a lot of startups start out, they are It's a new idea. You wouldn't start a startup if you wouldn't start a new venture if it wasn't an innovation or something new or filling a gap, right? So it's a new idea, very exciting. You invest in it, you grow it, and then someone comes 6 months later and copies it. And then the startup starts thinking, oh no, ab kya hoega? So then they start diversifying. And that diversification can get totally out of control. And we've seen it happen. I mean, it will not sustain because you're just confused. So I think if you have the first mover advantage, you have a good idea and you're going deep into that idea in terms of the service you're offering, stick to it. If you keep into account perseverance and agility and you're sticking to it, that is sort of a winning model that we have seen. And it's not fintechs, it's across the board when it comes to companies setting up and starting out.
One last question from me. What would you like to see from banks and other incumbents, especially when it comes to both either building on their own or working with fintechs? I mean, I'll tell you, I mean, from my perspective, I'd love it if they could get some lending capital out there. But, other than that.
I have to choose my words very carefully for this one. Okay. The way I see it, a bank's strength is its capital, right? Its books, the asset base it can leverage. A fintech strength is agility and customer connect, very simplistically put. When fintech started emerging globally, banks started thinking that our fintech's going to replace us. There have been some massive fintechs across the world, but they flourished as standalone financial service providers because the banking system has been weak or non-existent or no reach. In India, we don't have a weak banking system, right? See, any large bank is never going to be able to give a 5,000 rupee loan because it just doesn't make transaction sense. It's not going to happen. To me, I think the winning mantra, what I would like to see is just collaboration minus the hostilities. Actually, hostility is not the right word, minus the suspicions. That is the right word. Fintechs are naturally suspicious of banks ki, they'll be acquired or their USP will be taken away. Banks are nationally suspicious of fintechs, are ye hamara market le lenge, because they are able to offer more snazzy interfaces and things like that. And it's such a pity. These are like two different beings that complement each other so well. It's a perfect marriage in my mind. Right. Minus the in-laws and the baratis which create the suspicions. But to me, ideally, just that collaboration where one leverages the balance sheet and one leverages the customer experience is ideal as such. And there will be acquisitions in the process. There are fintechs that have grown to become banks. So it's not like it's not going to happen. But for the masses, I think it's just leveraging off each other rather than, wondering ki dusra kya kar raha hai, or all of that stuff.
Great, thank you. The Jugalbandi in a way.
That's a nice way to put it, yeah.
But great, Manisha, thanks a lot for your time. Glad to have these insights. I'm sure there are a lot of insights that folks here have taken away. And thank you everyone for joining. If you have any questions, happy to take a couple of them.
My name is Sumit Swaroop. I'm from India Development Foundation. So we've done some work on the ground, not purely in finance, but a lot of work in education, health over the last 20 years. So my question is that, and we're increasingly now doing some digital work as well. So do you think with your experience that digital literacy goes hand in hand with financial literacy, or is there variation there? Is it going to be exclusionary if digital literacy goes hand in hand with financial literacy?
I'll be honest, well, the short answer, the way you're referring to digital literacy, yes, it's a given. I just wouldn't call it literacy. I think if you're teaching someone how to use an Excel sheet, it's not going to help them be more efficient in terms of financial products and services. So literacy is a little sweeping, but I know what you're saying in terms of digital enablement or ability to use digital. it's a given. It's not possible to do it without enabling people to use digital.
Hello, my name is Abhishek. I work with Access Health International, which is a health not-for-profit based in Singapore and in India here. So my question is mainly regarding how do we see health as a different pillar when it comes to digital literacy, financial literacy, and at the same time, when we look at the public schemes that are coming up today, especially with PMJ, with Ayushman Bharat having their own sandbox. And definitely a lot of fintechs have already gotten an entry into the sandbox, which I'm not sure is the case with the bank. So how does this interplay work? Like, are fintechs more open to innovating with the public spaces, with the public schemes and with the public ecosystem? And if that's the case, then how does that interplay work?
Sandeep, I think you're better equipped to answer this.
Yeah, we'll take a stab at it. So if you look at a lot of public schemes, right, the biggest challenge has been in delivery of those public schemes, and which is essentially means that the interface with the customer is the gap that needs to be filled. And fintechs typically have a role to play, and they are actually best placed in doing that. RBIH, for example, recently came up with a circular, and they're essentially looking at the Kisan credit card and finding out a more digital way of enabling it. So while they may start off with banks, they may realize that the best interface may be ultimately provided by a fintech. Yesterday, we heard about crop insurance and how the minister talked about use of drones to ensure that claims are faster. Right? So there are areas where fintechs can develop, and the only way to do it honestly is by working with the public institutions. Luckily in India, I think we are in a stage where we are seeing that openness, and it's like Manisha said, get rid of your suspicions and start with your work.
So with your experience at BIIE, how does health look when it comes to the startup ecosystem and the public ecosystem? Is that something which is picking up, or is that something which requires a lot of push? And what are we exactly doing as an ecosystem for it right now?
So I won't go into the fintech space because again, Sandeep can answer that. But just to your first question on the health ecosystem. So earlier this week, I was sitting in a session with Nirmala Sitharaman, and on the government's agenda, of the top 5 things, health is there. Like, it is on the agenda. So, and there's a lot of issues in India, as you know. So if it's making it to the top 5, it's a very big deal. So it is there from that perspective. But I did want to just take a quick pulse check in the room and see how many people have bought health insurance in the last 1.5 years, depending when your insurance finishes? Show of hands. Okay. How many of you went to Policy Bazaar to check out the pricing? And then how many of you bought the insurance finally from Policy Bazaar? So the number has gone down from 100 to 75 to about 50. That is where fintechs play a role, and that is also the problem, right? You buy health insurance. This is obviously an enlightened group as such, so we do buy health insurance and don't dip into our savings. You go to Policy Bazaar, which is a fintech platform to check out the information, yet when it comes to trust, you go to the service provider and buy it from them directly. There is the gap that we are trying to address when we talk about suspicions and trust and so on and so forth.
Hi there, Neeraj Toshniwal from UBS, a research analyst. Wanted to hear more thoughts on this health ecosystem. Since you touched upon Policy Bazaar, Wanted an idea where the government is looking to, kind of engage in similar way of, having an insurance exchange and helping customers to buy, or any other fintech plan which they might, kind of come up with, which might integrate and help customers to have easy process of buying and then easy claim process also that will also require more trust towards these platforms.
Sorry, not sure I understood, but especially when it comes to smoothing out this workflow, right? You have the Ayushman Bharat program itself I know that the government has been extremely focused on building that, and there are a variety of activities happening under that, and all of these points that you mentioned, right, from automating insurance, automating claims, I think they are very much integral to the program, and I think the government's focus has typically been there.
So I think government also touched upon reaching out to missing middle in the Ayushman Bharat. Any progress you think fintechs can help over there?
I think it's happening in a sense. For example, let's say Gram Cover, right? You have a fintech. We supported them with the first cohort of the lab, and they have actually been they used crop insurance as an entry. When it came to reaching out to rural markets, and then they have built upon that foundation to start delivering other insurance products to the same customer. And I think models like that need to come up, and it's really the private sector that needs to innovate around that.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you, Sandeep and Manisha, for doing this with us. Just take a photograph of you. We appreciate your time and your inputs here. Thank you so much. Our next session for the afternoon is a panel discussion, ladies and gentlemen, and the panel discussion is on future-proof digital lending for traditional and alternative lenders. We have an esteemed panel for this particular session. We will be announcing them soon while the stage is being set. Thank you.
Check. Mic check. It's perfect.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We are now starting with the next session. It's a panel discussion on the future-proof digital lending for traditional and alternative lenders. And to moderate this session, we have Ipsita Sur, who's in charge of emerging fintechs at the National Payments Corporation of India. May I request Ipsita to please take the stage? Ipsita will be speaking to an esteemed panel, and we have with us this afternoon Mr. Devraj Brahmachari, who's the head Consumer Digital Lending and Cards at Aditya Birla Finance. Welcome, Ipsita and Devraj. We also have Rajat Gandhi, who is the founder and CEO of Faircent. Welcome, Rajat. We have with us this afternoon Sandeep Sonpati, who is the CBO at Lending Cart. Welcome, Sandeep. And we also have with us Shalu Kaushik, who is the EVP and Digital Head at Tata Capital Financial Services. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. Over to Ipsita.
Thank you so much for the introduction. Thanks every one of you for coming here, and thank you so much to the esteemed panelists. So I would begin with an introduction of the topic today, which is future-proof digital lending for traditional and alternative lenders. So as we all know, there's a deep connection between lending and economic growth. And it is a matter of common knowledge that all developed nations have hugely leveraged on lending to boost their economy and to improve the spending power for their citizens. So lending, as we all know, has evolved over time. You know, it used to be barter and, you know, indigenous financiers, and from there it evolved into a complex financial procedure before progressing into a modern system in the digital era. In India, however, you know, digital lending is still evolving and it presents a patchy picture. While banks, they have been increasingly adopting innovative approaches to digital processes, NBFCs and fintechs have been at the forefront of partnered digital lending. And it is through these partnerships they have been able to, you know, solve the challenge of timely credit to the under-penetrated markets, and you know, they've been able to manage you know, cost levers at every step of the process. Now, to throw some statistics, as per an RBI report, digital lending in India, it grew 12-fold between 2017 and 2020, of which 60% was contributed by NBFCs. And it is also estimated that digital lending will, the digital lenders will have almost 50% share of the total, you know, share of disbursed loans by estimated about $350 billion by 2023. Now, given these numbers and putting them in context with the latest move by the latest guidelines by the regulator, which of course we will address later during the session, the future of lending is digital for sure. And with that, I would like to, you know, open the panel. I would kind of pose the first question to the panel. And my first question would be to you, Shalu. So, I mean, I'm not going in any particular order. So, my first question would be to you. So, the COVID pandemic, as you know, it has compelled people across all, you know, age groups to rely on digital platforms for various activities, not just lending. And it is during this time that, you know, there was a sharp increase in prominence of digital lending apps. So, as an industry expert, you have, you know, led digital transformation initiatives across leading private sector banks and one of the most respective NBFCs. How have you seen, you know, the digital lending, you know, landscape shape up during this COVID pandemic from the perspective of a traditional lender?
Sure. Thanks, Ipsita. So let me take a step back first. I would like to say not only COVID, earlier also there was a lot of innovation, a lot of practices relating to digital lending were prevalent. I would say COVID-19 just accelerated that, not only from a customer expectation perspective, but also the way financial institution actually adapted the customer needs. What I mean to say is that if the customers on one side were demanding more digital-led platforms, convenience, and credit, all type of institution came into that, be it banks, be it NBFCs, or be it new fintechs who had come up. Now, what happened with that is it led to a lot of innovation, new business models emerged, and I would say not only corrected, in many ways it corrected many of the processes. We saw digitalization or phygital word getting used because a lot of physical process it getting merged into digitization. So over a period of time, from then COVID time to now, I would say most of the lenders, including NBFCs or banks, have actually adapted multiple strategy. It could be doing by yourself, which is offering product by yourself, which is customer-led, or partner with a fintech partner, or a combination of both. So whatever suits their strategy, whatever suits their kind of thought process. That's the way I see over a period of time this has evolved.
Great, thank you so much for your views. Likewise from you, Devraj, I mean, you also come up, you have, experience across multiple domains in one of the most diversified and largest NBFCs in the country. How do you view this, what are your views from the perspective of a traditional lender?
So by a traditional lender, you mean somebody who has a brick and mortar business and a branch?
I mean, you came into existence sometime around 1991, so you have started,
exactly.
You've seen those days, so you've gone through those cycles, so yes.
So I think COVID just stopped things for us, right? I mean, anyone who has a brick and mortar business and there's a lockdown going on, things just stopped. So I think it impacted traditional lenders big time, at least for the ones who did not have any kind of digital, outreach or digital model to cater during those times. Now, my organization, we had just about started digitally, just about maybe 6-7 months back before the lockdown hit us. And I think what it made us realize, and not just us, but when we talk to our partners, that the kind of disruption that the lockdown brought about didn't just affect the traditional lenders, it affected the digital lenders as much. It kind of really brought about a new paradigm because, and to give you just a small example, traditional lenders or digital lenders a lot relied upon bureau data, or things like income statements, like bank statements and salary slips. But when things came to a ground halt at that time, you never really realized that what you're seeing as a credit report of a customer is not really reflecting his actual state at that point in time. So I think well into the lockdown, people still continued lending just on the basis of data which hadn't changed. So this whole concept of lag effect that came along and people realized that the score or the bureau data isn't going to be sufficient. There needs to be some alternate ways of knowing the customer. The huge amount of migration which happened, people who were there in cities and who were happily getting money and repaying it back now suddenly found both legs to become very difficult because they had to shift out of the city and go back to their village. It was a nightmare for collections. So I think all around, if you look at sourcing, underwriting, knowing your customer, the KYC processes, collections, all of each of these stages underwent a certain revolution, a certain disruption, stoppage, and newer innovation that really provided the resurgence of the industry about 8 or 9 months into the lockdown. So affected all, but I guess at the end of it, you got scarred, but you did come out with some good models, definitely.
Great, thank you so much. So Rajat, you're a niche alternative lender who has pioneered P2P lending in India. So what kind of change have you witnessed in the digital lending marketplace, during the pandemic from the perspective of an alternative lender?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So we are India's first peer-to-peer lending company, and I'll just step back to answer that question, why we started the company. We were not here to solve a problem of the banking system or the lending system or something like that. We saw a problem with the consumer, that he was not getting credit fast and cheap. Okay, and to solve for that problem, we actually went to the supply side, and we found that around 200 banks and actually 100 NBFCs control all the money supply. And our thesis was, if you want to bring a demand side disruption, that is, you want to give something faster and cheaper, whether it's Ola, whether it's Amazon, they all have gone to the supply side and created their own supply. Okay. And we said that can we go to the people who own the money, that is you and us, you and I, who are the real creators of this deposit, which finally flows into the ecosystem. And with this thesis, we started the company. Okay. Now, our thesis was that you don't need to be dependent on these 250 banks for supply of capital. And our thesis came true during COVID. And because our lenders are multiple number of people, there are 250,000 lenders on the platform who are lending money. Now, their behavior was totally different from a traditional lender. I don't mean brick and mortar guy. a lender who has his own book and takes all the risk. Because our risk was so dispersed with our different lenders, we saw behavior on the lending side with the investors similar to what happened in the stock market. After the initial first month, stock markets boomed. We started getting a lot of investors who wanted, because they were sitting at home, wanted an extra income, and they started playing around with P2P also. Okay. And during COVID, we never had a shutdown. We originated, I think we would be one of the few lenders in the country, not lenders, a platform, which was originating a brand new loan every day of the lockdown. When I say a new application being serviced, okay, there were a lot of lenders who were lending to their existing customers. So it required technology, it required differentiated and alternative supply of capital. And I'm happy to share, not that I'm trying to talk about FairCent or something like that. During COVID, our platform boomed. So we started clocking more than 100 crores. We've done more than 3,800 crores of loans on the platform. And all of it, most of it is during the COVID. Because pre-COVID, we had just started our business. So I think there is a need for more innovation on lending side. We are not the only player out here. There are other players out there who are creating alternative supply of capital in different formats. Somebody is doing supply chain, somebody is doing, there are companies which are doing stuff on asset side of the things, leasing. So I think there's a huge need gap. One part P2P is trying to solve through an alternative supply. So long answer to a short question, but that's how.
No. So I think everybody knows FairCent here, especially, you know, in the last 3 days, if anybody has picked up a bottle to drink water, they have read FairCent. So I mean, each and every person here knows FairCent very well now. Thank you so much for your views, Rajat. So Sandeep, MSME, it's a segment which is kind of notoriously untapped in terms of digitization. So while I want to know your views on how, the pandemic impacted, the digital lending landscape, I would also want to know, what has been your pain areas and obstacles in terms of digital lending, because, there have been government initiatives like Udyam Aadhaar and GST enabled data visibility. So, the question, it's a dual question, how digitization, impacts MSME, and also, your views on the impact of COVID.
Sure. Thanks. Great question, Ipsita. So, I'm hearing what Shalu had to say and what Devraj had to say. Similar things that happened with us as well at Lending Card. While we were a completely end-to-end digital platform to begin with, right? And back in 2014-15, we started doing MSME lending. The initial few periods of COVID was where everyone was staying at home, people getting dislocated, etc. There was some pain to begin with. But what it also encouraged is, from a customer side also, making sure that you have all the documents in place and you're able to provide all the documents for underwriting. We obviously had a completely digital underwriting platform with us. And we also started partnering with various banks. So as an NBFC, obviously we have a certain amount of capital with us which we can lend. But what COVID enabled is a lot of traditional lenders, right? Be it large private sector banks, public sector banks, who had a very, very physical branch-led lending model. They realized that they can't service those customers anymore when it comes to underwriting or assessing. And they were started opening up and saying that, okay, can we partner with a new age lender like a Lending Card? And can we jointly offer loans? And that's around just probably a year or two prior to that, RBI had also come out with the co-lending guidelines. And really, COVID gave that impetus to the co-lending guidelines. And over the last 2 years, we have actually significantly moved a lot of our portfolio on the co-lending platform. Right? We today have about 20 plus lenders, which comprise banks, NBFCs, public and private sector banks. And 90% of our book today is originated on the co-lending platform. So that's really, I would say, is a big push that has happened with the COVID and the entire digitization that has happened. It's not just alternate lenders like ourselves, but also has encouraged the traditional lenders also start adopting that practice. Right?
Thank you so much to all of you. So what we hear is that, it was the COVID, it was the pandemic which actually really pushed even the traditional lenders to move on the digitization front. It, of course, Shalu, like you said, it accelerated the, adoption of digital lending by a few years, if not 10 years. Some people said 10 years. So it led to new business models, proliferation of lending fintechs and large-scale co-lending, collaborations, disruption and, alternative scoring mechanisms like you mentioned, So not just for, for sourcing, for KYC, for collections, increased adoption of digitalization. So and probably, I don't know if you, probably this was the, inflection point when, a lot of concerns got raised around the engagement of third parties, the ethical business practices, exorbitant interest rates and, breach of data security. So to ensure that, the customer interest is, taken care of, RBI came out with a set of guidelines. I mean, there were some directions given earlier, but the firm guidelines came out early in September of, just earlier this month. So they primarily focused on regulating the entire value chain and direct dispersal of money into the account of the customers without any third party involved, and then providing transparency to the customer through detailed disclosures and empowering the customer with, giving them power over how their data should be used and disclosed, and of course easy loan exit options amongst others. So of course the onus, all of you are regulated entities. The onus of, ensuring that, all the compliances are taken care of was put on the regulated entities. And, it kind of, of course it addresses a lot of gray areas and it brings about a lot of clarity in the digital lending landscape. So, and I'm sure the audience here would kind of, is here and they would want to know more about the digital lending guidelines and the impact that it had on the digital lending ecosystem. So, I would kind of want to begin with you, Rajat, since P2P business, it thrives on partnerships. How do you foresee the new guidelines affecting the business over the next few months? And how would the P2P lending ecosystem's expansion strategy change around the same?
Yeah, thank you. Great question. I'll try and attempt and answer it. So there are various parts to the digital lending guidelines. Firstly, we don't know which part applies to us. We're trying to grapple with it. So we always thought we were a digital lender, which was regulated by RBI. New sets of guidelines have come in and we're trying to understand that. On the partnership front, I think this ecosystem, this such high dependence on partnership when I see all lending companies working with it. It's good, but the risk sharing part which was happening in the FLDG model and all that, anyways we saw that it had a lot of pain and anyways we were seeing defaults happening even with the partners, well-funded partners. So we as a company, we took a view that we'll not do that. Anyways, we forget about the guidelines. It was not making any sense because the risk pricing was not happening. And whatever was happening was more like experiment rather than actually happening. I'm a little confused about the fact that the money has to go to the borrower's account and those things because there are certain use cases. I think they've come out with some clarification that use case can be, if there's a use case, then you can do it. So personally, if you ask me, the collaboration and the partnerships will go around technology, working together on that. But on risk sharing, unless it's a co-lending model, which is mandated or rather has the blessing of the regulator, other models may not work in the long term. And with respect to P2P, I think P2P has grown a lot through partnerships. Whether on the supply side or on the demand side, we've seen different models come up. Cred is doing, BharatPe is doing that in partnership with certain players. So I think that will accelerate and yeah, so that's the kind of a answer I have. Not a very fixed answer, but I've attempted it.
Great, thank you so much. So Devraj, how do you foresee the guidelines shaping the lending ecosystem across multiple stakeholders? I mean, are they aiding us to be future ready or they're restricting the entities and fintechs from in terms of innovations?
I think I'm going to answer that.
No, I'm talking about the industry in general, but you can of course speak specific to your organization.
So I think we've been a systemically important NBFC for quite some time now. So we're quite used to RBI's presence, a very deep presence. We are audited as much as what a large bank is. So I think when we went into digital lending as well, I don't think we were surprised when RBI comes, with different regulations. And It's the name of the game. And what we need to understand is that the way, and just what we spoke about in the previous question, the adoption of digital as an overall way of life, and the proliferation of apps and platforms which are making credit, easy access of credit available to the millions in our country, it makes that whole ecosystem systemically very important. And since we're talking about credit and we're talking about introducing a certain kind of risk into the overall economy, and with large banks being present, NBFCs being present, it's but natural that it will invite the attention of the regulatory body, and good it does. Because I think, and I would really like to re-quote Mr. Shaktikanta Das, our Honorable Governor, what he said, that, it's like driving on a road without traffic lights. And we all know what that can lead to. The further and further you increase your speed. So I think we've got to look at regulations in that light. And I think more than enough number of times, RBI has said that, and even the latest ones, I think the latest guidelines are very, very, detailed. And if at all anyone had a doubt that, there is something which is restrictive, I think RBI has clearly put that to rest, that they are all in for a supportive growth plan. Because there is this whole idea of inclusion, right? And today, the model between the banks, NBFCs, and the fintechs is what is going to power the inclusion, financial inclusion of the people. Banks have not been able to achieve that in the 70 years of independence, or at least the first 60 years, right? So I think the model is something which RBI definitely recognizes, and at least the way we see it, our organization sees it, that it is not going to be restrictive in any way. But yes, there will be certain rules. You can't play any game without rules, and you have to adhere to those rules. And I think it's the way we say that it's extremely important to know who your customer is. You flip the coin, and it's extremely important to know who your borrower is. You just can't be giving something, or you can't be taking something just because it's easy to get, because there's an obligation for you to repay it. There's an obligation from the lender's side to collect it in the right way. So knowing your borrower is as important as knowing your customer. In the world today, wherein we're talking about, the lending apps which have been in contention, that, the money flow has always been, where is the money going? I think it's important as systemically important entities to understand where the flow of money is going. So I think RBI is really coming out with those kind of things, guidelines to ensure that, do you have the right answers? And I think it's important because, and I think just before, during lunch, we were also discussing that, you may agree, you may disagree, but there was a lot of things that was done which were not possibly the greatest things to do. Yes, there were experimentations. No innovation happens without experimentation, but innovation is needed to solve certain problems, not introduce more and more issues or challenges. So I think the guidelines that have come look supportive. Do we have answers to all of them right now? Yes, we don't. And as we look at it today, yes, we've been given certain time to implement those. We're constantly in touch with them. They're supportive in, kind of interpreting some of this. It's going to take a bit of time to implement, and that's where innovation comes in. I think the partnership between fintechs and the traditional banks, NBFCs, is precisely for the reason. Let's get in the innovation to adhere to those rules and bring out certain solutions. So I think we're hopeful. We're hopeful that, this is by and large very supportive, and, it's only going to grow in the future, whatever we're going to be doing today. That's what our outlook is.
Great. So it would be premature to say that it can be restrictive to.
No, on the contrary, I don't think it's restrictive at all. As I said, right, when you walk on the road, when you drive, if you say that the red light is restrictive, then that's not really the right view to take. There will be certain guiding things. Yes, and the governor also said, right, we say certain things, we do not say certain things, and when we do not say certain things, we are still saying something. So I think मैं जो नहीं बोलता हूँ वो भी you got to keep that in mind, but I think they've been supportive largely, so it's not restrictive at all in our views.
Great. Yeah. Thank you so much. So brilliantly put out, driving on a road without traffic lights, as quoted by our Honorable Governor of RBI and re-quoted by Devraj. So of course, know your borrower should be equally important as know your customer. So I think it puts everybody on a level playing field. It's not just about the lender knowing the customer, it's also about the consumer knowing the borrower.
I think it's also in the principles of democracy, right? You don't push something down somebody's throat. It has to be a two-way street. It's an equal partnership. Just in the name of customer experience or growing your business volumes, you can't be pushing the wrong cart. Right. That's as simple as that.
Right. So we all talk about innovations and all in view of the RBI guidelines. I mean, what about costs? Shalu, I would kind of love to ask this question to you, So, of course, the guidelines ensure that the customer interests are taken care of. how are these, going to affect the cost factors? How are they going to affect the profitability aspects of the NBFCs, traditional NBFCs?
Yeah, sure. So before I answer that, first on the customer side, I'd like to put what are the contours of this guideline which is addressing to the customer or for the customer. In my mind, I like to decipher it like this. Guidelines talk about 3 key components. First, I would say ownership, where clearly what is the grievance redressal mechanism, how you can address the customer need. Second is on the transparency, what is to be communicated, how it should be communicated, who should be communicating. This is regarding transparency. Third aspect to that is the trust part of it. Consent layer, data storage, all of these are taken care in the guidelines. So what I'm trying to put across is customer angle in a form of ownership, transparency, and trust has been taken care. So if I may put it as like an OTT, which has been addressed. Now coming to your questions, is this going to impact the cost? Of course it will impact the cost, some components of the cost in short run. But I personally believe these are good costs to have, and this will pay us back or pay back in the form of sustainable institutions or customer acquisition way. Because if this ownership, transparency, trust is not taken care, anyway the customers are not going to come back to you, or even if they are acquired, they will go out of your kitty if you're not addressing it properly. So in that sense, to some extent, this short-term cost has to be borne, which is a good cost to be borne for a long-term sustainability. That's what my view is.
Great, well articulated. So transparency,
Can I
trust.
just add to that?
Absolutely.
Because again, I'm quoting our Honorable Governor. I think there was one gentleman, out of the 2 questions that were asked to him, one was on FLDG, we can ignore that for the time being. But the other one that was asked of him was, can we provide some kind of a subsidy in the UPI card? You remember? I think there was one question on that. And the Governor answered in a very simple way that whenever you're having to provide certain cost subsidies, or in this case, if I link to, increasing costs and how do we kind of get it down, I think that's exactly the place where you need to innovate. So whatever costs that we are talking about today for a better tomorrow, I think that's ripe for innovation. And let's all figure out how we can bring those down. That's exactly where it is. You're following rules, yet at lower costs. So innovation is important.
Great.
And we'll expect the fintechs to help us in some of those things.
Great. So like we hear, these are good costs to have. Transparency, trust, and ownership are the buzzwords. So we would like to know from you, Sandeep, too. How do you think? Do you see any ancillary businesses or products that could gain prominence given these guidelines? Do you see? Where there are guidelines, I'm sure there will be new opportunities there that will come up. So, absolutely. What do you think?
So what I think, what the guidelines have really done is really demarcate the roles and responsibilities of a regulated entity versus a service provider. Right? I think at the heart of it, if you really look at it, that's what RBI clarified, that if you are a regulated entity, these are the things that are your obligations. So you have to make sure that you are collecting customer documentation. You have to make sure that the money goes into the customer's account, not into someone else's account. When the customer pays, the money has to come into your account. So RBI has tried to make sure that regulated entities do what they are supposed to do, and the regulated entities in turn then ask the service providers to make sure these things happen and hold REs responsible for that. What that really is going to do and help is take out a lot of these middle players who were playing the role of a pseudo-regulated entity. And that's what I think RBI is really trying to make sure that area doesn't become grey and becomes very, very clear. So I think as the fellow members have said, that I think it will, in the long run, it will help because it will make it very, very clear who is lending and how is that entity lending. What I think it will also drive innovation is a better trust now between the regulated entities. And that's where the co-lending partnership that I talked about, right? There will be more trust now between an NBFC and a bank when they're partnering together and lending to customers, right? And in fact, at Lending Card, that's what we're looking at as an opportunity as well. Because we see that there are a lot of innovations, like Fairson we talked about it, a lot of new innovations are happening, very, very niche, and they are really solving the problems, the fintechs and even Lending Card to an extent. Right? And a lot of new models are coming up, a lot of niches are coming, and that innovation I think is best being done by the fintechs and the newer companies. Whereas on the other side, you have availability of capital. And that's where the banks, the larger NBFCs have access to that capital, right? And they also want to experiment.
Right.
And what we see as an opportunity is, can we enable that experiment that the larger players want to do, and the smaller players want that capital to do that experiment. And that's where we are creating a platform which will help connect the two together.
Great.
Right.
In fact, earlier we were having that conversation in the lounge. You mentioned there are new lines of businesses that you're now getting into. So, I mean, do these guidelines impact that, or I mean, your plans were always there, and you know?
Yeah, so the guidance actually enabled that, because for us also now, as we play the role of a platform, now we know that our expertise has been on the unsecured side for MSMEs,
right?
But there are a lot of other wider financing needs that an MSME has. I mean, there are lab products available, there are supply chain finance available, there are invoice discounting, trade finance, and various other forms. Similarly, on the consumer side, there are a lot of innovations happening on the cards, on personal loans. Now, and India is, all of us acknowledge that India is an extremely under-penetrated, untapped market for when it comes to credit. And we can't be experts in everything, so we acknowledge that.
Sure.
So what we're really trying to do is tie up with other players, other innovators who have product innovation with them, but don't have access to capital. And we today have an established platform where we have large lenders with us who are keen to deploy that capital in different ways, want to experiment, but at certain levels are also bogged down by their own technology teams, right? Because a tech team can't integrate with 50 other players that are out there. So we have that platform in place. We are encouraging a lot more originators and innovators come to our platform. And we are then helping them connect with the large lenders and have access to capital and make that lending possible. So that's where we see a lot of opportunity come in, with the guidelines as well coming in, because now it becomes very clear it's an RE interacting with an RE.
Sure.
And then doing that.
Thanks a lot, Sandeep. So, I mean, do you have any views on this, Rajat? I mean, any ancillary businesses, anything new, new opportunities for other businesses to come up given these guidelines?
I think I'm a firm believer and optimist that the headwinds are required for the aircraft to take off. So thankfully we have some headwinds in the form of these guidelines. I think they're quite restrictive, personally, if you ask me. And but whatever it is there. I think few ancillary businesses which will come up is pure technology, deep tech. In collections and recovery, I think there's a lot of play around technology to play its role, fintech. These digital guidelines will also help in asset-based lending, that is your secured lending, that is LAP, your other like vehicle finance, which is right now very under-penetrated from a technology perspective. I do not know too many fintechs which are operating in LAP and vehicle loans, and these are large segments of loan origination. So I think these are the few areas where the things will start coming up in my mind.
Great. So Shalu and Devraj, I mean, being traditional lenders, so I mean, what do you plan? I mean, would you be more inclined towards growing your internal channels, or would you still kind of be kind of optimistic about new partnerships?
Well, I think it will be a combination of both. You have to exist in all forms, because you have to, if I have to talk about our organization, we have a strong book of the way we've been sourcing conventionally. But yes, from partnership channels, we are actually putting a lot of effort there, because you have to be part of the ecosystem. And in some sense, it will really help not only to grow the book, but to innovate, to learn, to improvise, to bring more thought process to the full ecosystem. In that sense, yes, we will be actually present in both sides. Obviously, the percentage can skew depending upon the timing, but yeah, we are going to be there at both the places.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
So the way we see it, and I was just referring to that whole value chain, right? So there's outsourcing, there's the KYC compliance, then there's underwriting, there's collections, there's servicing of the loan and the customer. I think in each of those stages, different entities will have expertise, and every fintech kind of tries to specialize. It's rare that you find, and you really become generalists, and that's what we have been over the last few years. And that's the reason fintechs have been doing well, is because they're specializing in each of these. So I think partnerships will remain. Whether it remains for the entire set of the value chain, or it kind of is specific to a certain stage of it. So for example, when we started off, I think sourcing was the only piece that we were trying to solve, via a digital route, and that's where the ecosystem partners came into play. But I think as you move down, you do realize that in certain instances, they do have a lot more data of the customer than you do. And in those cases, a good understanding of that data is what you would leverage on them. In another case, I could have a much stronger collections framework in certain cities or in certain buckets, which I could leverage more than what he does. And I think that is what we've got to figure out. It's a balance, it's a mix, and you really got to figure out your sweet spot with the kind of partners that you have. But I'll agree with Shalu, because I think digital lending still occupies just about 10% of who we are overall in terms of balance sheet and business models and operations. So the rest 90% does continue, and you do continue sourcing on your own, doing things on your own. But what I see is that this 10%, and that's what I'm seeing in my organization today, review after review, business meet after business meet, I think the only thing people are talking about is how does this 10% influence the 90? So what we are seeing is, you're never going to be traditional. So I may not give you an opportunity to call me a traditional lender for the third time when I'm there in this panel next year. But I think what we're going to do is essentially, digitize our way forward. And whether that's going to be a make internally or a buy through a partner, I think we'll take a prudent call. But it's got to be together in a partnership. It's always going to be that way.
Great. So thank you so much for the interesting insights on the RBI guidelines. So of course, a lot of contrary views coming in there. Both of you, Shalu and Devraj, you seem very gung-ho about this, and you think that this was the need of the hour, and it brings in a lot of important aspects about transparency, trust, ownership, and I'm sure, of course, you will leverage on both the channels, internal channels and external channels, as as it is required. And of course, we also hear that it's also restrictive, like you mentioned, Rajat. So it's restrictive, but again, I'm sure, you'll find your ways. And there's still time, November 22 is the timeline set by the, so 30th November 22 is the timeline that is set, 3 months, almost 2 months now. So are you all set? There's just a quick feedback, are you all set for that? That's for new, I think, no, that's for the old, that's for the existing customers, and immediate is for the new customers, right?
So for us, it's not a major change. I think there's a few policy changes which are required in terms of partnerships and all that. But what my fear is that at some level, the innovation has to happen. The regulator has to see things from that perspective and let the industry do something, let it do some stuff, let it break some stuff. And this overprotection of the customer, all the time talking about under that, you do not allow business. Let the business be there. Let there be capitalism. It's a basic thing. That's what I'm finding it's going away. The regulations are too minute, too operational. If they can give us an overall overarching policy kind of thing, okay, this is allowed, not allowed, as long as he's doing this. But if you start reading the guidelines line by line, it's just not possible to adhere to it. I have a 20-member team on compliance out of 200 people. Now, so these are one set of guidelines and the compliance. Then there's a whole compliance with Ministry of Company Affairs, right? And for startups and new businesses to go through this kind of compliance, I don't think, you just are adding the cost. Yeah, then long term these costs are great and all that. But they are good for large organizations. But for innovation, they will stifle it. People are not breaking enough now. For innovation to happen, people have to make mistakes. Businesses have to go down. So I think that part has been restricted now. They're asking everybody to take an NBFC license. I do not know what's so great about NBFC license when you can create those kind of models otherwise also. So I think there is an alternative view. I have a different view on that. And it is important that the regulator needs to step back a little. It's getting too much into the business right now. So that's my understanding of the whole thing. Let's see what happens.
What about you, Sandeep? What is your view as an alternative lender? Are you geared up to meet the deadline?
Yeah, so again, as a regulated entity, I think many of the things that all of us already did, I think there are some specific nuances that RBI has brought in more from a customer communication. Like for instance, I'll take the example of cool-off period, right? So where a customer takes a loan, and then there are, again, that's up to the lending organization to determine what that cool-off period should be, so that in that period the customer is able to give it back, which happens in many other products. Right? Today you order something from Amazon, you don't like it, you give it back. I think the same principle gets applied here, that you took a loan, suddenly you realize probably you don't want that loan. and then you give it back. So those are some of the things that I think will require some changes, because that's not how lending organizations were geared for, and something that's come up new. So I think those are the things that I think all of us will work on.
I agree with you. The cooling off period, it's first time I'm hearing on a lending product. Yeah, insurance you can understand, but in lending, if somebody's taken a loan after signing an agreement, on one hand you are saying that you have to sign an agreement, and then you're saying you're giving a cooling off period. How does it work? It's quite difficult to implement.
But don't you think this is more towards a customer empowerment? I mean, why not empower the customer with an easy exit option? I mean,
look, if a customer can vote and get a government in after, so he knows what he's doing. So at some level, that I said that these are mature adults. They're not people who are just galti se paisa unko mil gaya. So then there's a cooling off period. So I think at some level, the regulator also has to understand that the customer is a mature adult who's taking. Anyways, you can't give a loan to a minor, right? So if he's signing up something, and because look, end of the day, people are lending money, they're sending money to your bank account. Who takes care of the transfer charges and everything, right? Everybody's making money in between. So bank, when I send money, there's a cost, right?
Sure.
And it's a contract which has been signed. So these kind of cooling off periods, I'm not a great fan of, at least, because it's very difficult to implement in the lending product. Insurance, you can still do it. That's it.
So we would be eager to know, I mean, would you both differ on this? I mean, do you think should the customer not be given that option of an easy exit?
I have a little different view on this, and as far as the timelines are concerned, so see, somewhere they had anyway given us little heads up when the draft guideline came, and you knew what something was coming this like on your way. And some of the practices already existed in some form or the other, the conventional way that the customer had a dispute on what was communicated versus what has been given. I think why this, and I'm just picking up one of the points which they're saying on the cooling off period, we've never heard that earlier, but now we are hearing because lot of these things are now becoming digitally enabled. Earlier it was a person is being assisted, there is a person-human interaction happening, multiple visits or whatever interactions are happening, but here it may be happening in a jiffy, right? Many a times you miss the fine prints. You actually do not pay attention to that, or it is not very clear in the value chain what were you signing up for. So in that context, maybe I personally believe this has come up. Yes, it does give empowerment to customer. It does bring a lot of pain from an implementation perspective, and a lot of things from you have to be very watchful on the book retention, the cost of retention. As a lender, you have to think through, because now you're sourcing and the loan is closing. There's a cost element also attached to it. There's enough and more pain on that. But I think over a period of time, this will settle in, because I also believe customers are not there just, and the guidelines also say that you can deduct a particular amount of APR and all that stuff. So somewhere I personally believe that the customers also are not going to fool around on that. It's obviously they will also become a little more mature and responsible for what they are signing up. They'll become more informed and they will take care. That's what my view is.
Surprising thing is this is only applicable to digital lenders. Literally. Offline, there's no cooling off. How does it matter? So, and actually people can use your money for 15, 20 days and they can get into that cycle free of cost.
Right. I mean, Devraj, what do you think about that? I mean, that's a very interesting point. I mean, it doesn't apply to physical lending. Why does it apply to digital lending, and who would you side up with?
So I think I'm going to step back here and let's just understand for a few seconds where's the psyche coming from. I think there's been more than enough customer complaints which have gone to RBI saying that I never knew this was a loan. While you might argue that, you're not a fool, that somebody's giving you money for free, that, you didn't have money, somebody gave you money, and yet you didn't know it was a loan. Sure. Fair enough. I understand that pain, and I think I've handled services before, in one of my previous roles, and I do understand, sometimes customers can deliberately also come back with things which are very irrational. Right. And as lenders, we get quite infuriated by that. How the hell do you think it's happening? So, but having said that, because this is a completely faceless engagement and interaction that you've had, you really do not know who's on the other side. And all that you have is a set of pages or an app in front of you. There are a lot of people genuinely who've fallen into trouble. Have the lenders been responsible for it? Not necessarily. But have the people still faced issues? They have. So I think when RBI comes, I think they do have a look at that, that maybe this loan wasn't even reported in the system. You've taken a 10-day BNPL, it wasn't reported. Maybe the guy just didn't know that it was a loan, and it was just said that, okay, repay back after some days. But that you've had a bureau hit to your name possibly. I think some of those things prompted RBI to possibly say that, you better have a way of saying no, even if you've realized it a bit late. Does it work in a scenario like a personal loans, wherein, you've got a full contract signed and everything done? Maybe no. But in case you've made a purchase and you're trying to finance that purchase and you just, I think it's somewhere down, there's a difference between consuming a Hotstar service for 3 days and say, I don't want it, take it back, versus taking a loan for 3 days and saying, I don't want it, take it back. I don't say that it's completely cooked, what's come to us today, and there can be arguments in favor of or in against, and I think all of us have approached the regulator, we are in talks, and somewhere down we will find an alignment. But certain things which have come as part of these, and this is only one part of the regulation, we're just addressing the cooling off period, but a lot of other things which have come into these regulations with respect to telling the customer exactly what he's signing up for in giving this entire, the key fact statement as we're talking about. Things like whether the money is directly going to his bank account and is it coming back from his bank account to mine. I think some of these have been very traditional practices which got a bit obfuscated in a digital lending sim, again, because it's completely faceless. Right. So, whether does it harm customer experience? I don't think it does. And that's what I'm saying. If it does, then that's an innovation challenge for us. I think we should be able to overcome that. Does it add to some operational changes and efforts and costs at our end? Maybe some cases, yes, it will. But as long as both parties, and there are 3 stakeholders to this, right? The borrower, the lender, and the regulator. I think if there is a fair amount of transparency established between the 3 of them, I think it's a good case to have. Because without if any one of them kind of get affected in a negative way, this industry is not going to grow. Right. And if we're really wanting to grow this in a sustainable way, there will be a few hiccups on the way which we have to adjust for, and that is what we see it as. Right. So again, I will reserve my view, and I know I'm contradicting Rajat out here, but we will reserve a view that yes, there could be some things which are constrictive today, but by and large, if we look at the spirit of it, and if we talk to the regulator, be transparent about it, we should be able to preserve the larger goal that we have of, growing this industry that we have. Sure. And yes, timelines, I think even there is 3 months, it's difficult. And I think we're also putting the same thing up to RBI, that, maybe we can look at extending it a bit, or maybe we can look at changing some of the exact things that are being asked for. But by and large, we will all be compliant, is what my sense is. So.
Great. So a lot of thought-provoking insights. I mean, is the borrower mature enough to take a decision and not kind of go back and not require the cooling off period? Or, of course, I mean, should we give the borrower the benefit of doubt? I mean, after all, it is faceless lending. I mean, why not give him that option that they have when they are transacting for other activities on digital platforms? They always have a return policy. So, I mean, of course, a lot of contradictory views again, and very thought-provoking for, our audience. So, I mean, moving on from the RBI guidelines, I mean, while we have been very gung-ho about, alternative, scoring mechanisms and sourcing and everything, I mean, the real profitability in terms of the entire life cycle of the lending comes from collections. That's where, I mean, unless you're kind of the return on the asset, right? So, unless you're actually collecting the money from the customer, you're not actually registering profits. So, I would like to kind of get a quick view from all the panelists on innovations that you have seen in the recoveries of loan, starting with you, Sandeep.
Sure. And in fact, I'm new to lending, right? But the favorite thing that I've heard from all the lenders is that lending is the simplest thing in the world, right? Anyone wants money, you can always give money if you have money. The biggest part in lending is about collecting.
Right.
Because unless you're able to collect, you will never make money in this profession. So you're right that collections is the critical one, and surprisingly, the amount of innovation that we've seen has not been as much as what you see in underwriting. People have invested, I mean, private equity money has come and invested tons of money on, okay, how can we underwrite customers, how can we take a decision. But relatively, I don't think collections has that much of tech-enabled or tech investment that has happened, right? It's a large part of the collections also runs on physical today, where you have agents, etc., who will help you go and collect that money. But in terms of texting, that what I have seen happen, at least at Lending Cart, is because we also invested heavily on the collection side as well. There are a lot of innovation happening on, let's say, skip tracing, where customers are not traceable anymore. Then how can you trace that customers? How can you find other alternative addresses, right? So, and a lot of the data that we collect at the time of underwriting actually then comes to our rescue. Because you get data from GST, you get data from Udyam Aadhar, you get data from bureaus. Bureaus also give you potential addresses, potential contact numbers. So a lot of that data we start mining to see that, okay, what is the alternative address where the customer can be made, or can be available, where we could reach. And especially helps for a digital lender like us, right? Because we may not visit each and every customer's house when we give a loan. A lot of lending happens digitally for us. So that skip tracing is very helpful. We also have invested a lot on data models, which can actually also predict what is the bounce rate of a customer, right? And really try and focus on that, okay, out of the 100 cases that are bounced today, maybe 90% of them will give it back. It's just a matter of delayed payments here and there. In a week's time, they'll make the payment. So let's not focus on them. But these 10 customers are really the ones which are high risky, right? And can we focus our collections effort on them rather than spreading ourselves too thin? So all of that innovation, I think, is helping us optimize on how we collect and bring more efficiency and more effectiveness.
Sure. Shalu, would you have some view on this?
Yeah, so I feel collections has three key tenets. One is the how you collect, basically communication, how you are talking to customer, right timing, heuristic-based communication. Second part is the cost of the collection. I'll elaborate them. Third is data. How are you using data for this? I believe in all aspects, there is something or the other happening, and a lot of work is happening around. Internally, externally, with partnerships, a lot of things are happening around it. If I have to address the first part, what's happening on the collections, so since we are talking digital lending, we all know, we all understand the average ticket size of the loan here is quite less as compared to, you know, big ticket size loans like home loan or loan against property and so and so. So how you collecting with the customer is very, very important. Are you communicating it right? So what level of communication you are doing, right timing of the communication, which language are you communicating, because is the customer understanding what you are trying to communicate, and is he going to pay you back? How is he paying back to you? Because you can't send a person at customer house for 2 times for collections for a loan amount of 8,000 rupees. You can't be sending a person 2 times to collect that, right? So addressing that part of it. So a lot of work is happening, I would say, on the platform, on the way you communicate. You know, there is a lot of virtual IVR concept, telephony concept, all of those things are already in place and they're just getting better, I feel. Now I'll address the third part of it, data, which is the bedrock for all of this, because it's very, very important to understand the customer, profile the customer, who will end up paying through a low-cost channel, high-cost channel, which language-based channel. I'm just giving examples that how data will play the role for the above two here. Because if you get the data right, it's very, very likely the first two will start falling in place quickly for you. Because then you are actually categorizing the customer right, and you are making him pay from the right channel. So by that methodology, either you get the right platform or you get the right cost. You will actually get that right if you have these 3 tenets in place.
Great, thanks a lot, Shalu. So, I mean, while Shalu and Sandeep spoke about innovations in collection, I mean, innovation plus the human aspect, both. I mean, I'd like to hear on both from you, Rajat.
So the way we have approached collections is, I do not know whether it's different or not. I'll just share that part of it. One is the whole data part, which everybody's talking about, trying to build newer models of early warning systems where we can predict who's going to default in how much time, even if a paying borrower. The other part is that we worked a lot on technology part of it, wherein how can we automate processes, the workflows, at what time do you get into different stages of collections and recovery, right from sending a SMS to getting into legal online arbitration and all. And the third part, which is interesting, came as during COVID for us. We saw a lot of borrowers were defaulting, or they were not paying back because the notional cost of capital had gone up. They had their salary coming in, everything, but they were holding on to money. And they were saying, okay, it's fine for me not to pay, I will pay later. Or they were who were looking for moratorium and everything. So we came out with a small experiment called EMI Ka Hero. Okay, and we said if you pay your EMI on time, you can win a gold coin. Wow. And no, it was lucky draw. Okay, and so we deployed some money and we experimented. We got a 20% lift. And that gave me an insight that when the whole collection teams across the ecosystem were hounding the borrower, we suddenly changed the communication with them and we went into an engagement mode. Because every lender was calling him and saying, paisa do, paisa do, paisa do. Okay? Here is a company which is coming and saying you could win a gold coin. So I think that went, and that is now we are trying to implement across the board, wherein we are saying that can we incentivize and change the communication tone and tonality with our customer and be on a continuous engagement with him. So it's easier said than done because it's a big implementation across the platform. And we are not into saying that you pay your EMIs on time, you'll get one EMI off. So the whole approach is different on an engagement. Sure. So I'll share the, whenever the next forum, we'll share the case study if it comes through well.
Great. Interesting there. So, I mean, you have, one of the largest lending portfolios. How does it kind of shape up for you, the collection, the innovation and the human aspect of collection?
So again, as a traditional lender, I think most of our collections was pretty much human-based, and it was all field collections, which I think got impacted big time during COVID when you just could not, carry out your regular operations. So on the brick and mortar business side, I think the only innovations that we could do at that point in time is pretty much run one of these schemes. So not a gold coin really, but yes, the best ways that you can, give them some kind of an incentive, whether it's an EMI off, whether it's some kind of a settlement or whatever you can choose at that point in time to just help him, kind of give back whatever he can to the best. But I think when we moved on to digital, and that's when we started thinking a lot more on how, and we actually learned a lot also from the ecosystem. So I think you can clearly divide it into three parts, right? The largest part, hopefully, is the part which will pay back to you. So your innovations there are essentially on how do you reach out, what Shalu and Sandeep are saying, how do you reach out to them in the best possible way, using the best possible channel, because each person has a very different idea of repaying back. Somebody wants to be notified, somebody does not want to be notified, somebody absolutely hates dates and will give you exactly one day after the due date. You just got to, but by and large, this section pays you. So there is a certain innovation that you can do in terms of reaching out, and it's a lot of human innovation rather than a tech innovation, literally. You just need to know how he behaves. The other part is the ones who don't pay you. Within this, again, there are two types. Ones who cannot pay you back because there are issues. At the end of it, he's in some kind of a stress. So you go back to what you did during COVID times. Any kind of incentivization that you can do in a human way. And I think that's very important because you don't lose sight at the end of it of society overall, right? You've got to ensure some of those things to be done. So we have very strict policies internally. If there are any complaints which come from a human angle, I think those are dealt with very, very strongly for people who are internal as well as our agencies who we do employ. There's a very strict code of conduct. We actually enforce that code of conduct even when we outsource any kind of collection. So we're very strong on that part. And the last bit is somebody who does not want to pay you back. And I think here again, I would slightly, kind of contradict that, the innovations here are not just in collections. The innovations on reducing those who do not want to pay back ultimately go back to your underwriting. So I think if you are really focusing on good underwriting, the section who do not want to pay you back, and I think that's the goal statement. You want to reduce this section to as much minimum as possible. So just have people who will pay you back and have people who can't pay you back. And you got to live with who can't pay you back. That's really what I would say on collections.
Great, thank you. Thank you to all of you for a very engaging discussion, and with that I would like to open the panel up to audience questions. Sure, please go ahead. Yes, can you pass on the mic?
Hi, thank you for the engaging discussion. My name is Badal Al Malik. I'm a founder at Karma Life. We've pioneered an earnings-linked credit platform for blue-collar workers. I had a couple of questions around the whole structure of fintech and NBFCs, working together in the context of the new regulations. One is just on FLDG. I was just wondering, is the principle behind this, according to you, stopping balance sheet on rent type models, or is it, around any kind of FLDG structure? I mean, even say 10, 15% or a FD lean, or something that offloads a risk cap or a certain amount of risk that drives innovation. And just in terms of our history, I don't think so. We build our underwriting from work data, right? And we only did it because we were able to. When we went to NBFCs, even in the last 2 years of working with them, we have shaved 8 to 10 percentage points after demonstrating the model, but nobody would have done it otherwise, right? So again, I think to Rajat's point, how does this affect innovation? What's your take on that from what do you think RBI is actually thinking? One more question around the Open protocol. Because we're just trying to figure out what are our degrees of freedom here. We today are doing both underwriting as well as channeling, and sourcing and the UX UI part of it, both from a trust perspective, which are both important. Now, under Open, I think that those two roles are being dissected as TSPs and LSPs. And I'm just wondering, how do you see that playing out? I'm trying to practically understand what does that mean for us? So any thoughts would be useful.
So,
yes, sir, go ahead.
So on FLDG, I think the latest guidelines say that they are governed by under the securitization guidelines, the synthetic route. Okay. Now, effectively, it says that right now they're not very comfortable with, especially between a regulated entity and a non-regulated entity, where you're taking a pseudo balance sheet risk. Okay. And as the governor said yesterday, it's still under discussion. They're still deliberating further on the whole FLGD model. So let's see what comes out. So everybody is in the same boat, and to short answer, FLGD has been stopped. Okay, for now. On the
Any kind of offloading of balance sheet risk?
that securitization is there, you do that. You offload it. But this model where another lender, a pseudo lender is giving you assurance, either they should have a lending license and then operate under this kind of a model, and or you buy the portfolio, whatever it is. So FLGD actually was not even working, because we also tried to do some stuff around that. Either the portfolio goes bad or it stays good. Okay, so that 10%, 15% doesn't really work. And that's the one part. The second question was around OSNA. I think that still has to play out. And the definitions around digital lenders, LSPs, DSPs is still a little fuzzy in my mind. Who's a LSP? When do you become a digital lender? So I think those are the other questions which need clarification. I think over the next 6 months, 12 months, we'll start getting that.
Great. Any other questions?
Hi, thank you for a very insightful discussion with diametrically different views in some places. As a fintech corporate lawyer, there are a couple of minute observations which our team saw in the September 2nd circular. One is that they've insisted on digital signatures. Now, the IT Act differentiates between digital signatures and electronic signatures. How is that even ever going to get complied with? These are observations. I don't think we expect answers here. And I was personally very surprised to see that there's an obligation to resolve disputes in 30 days. There's no way any dispute gets resolved. I can understand if you try to resolve it, or if you respond. The IT Act has actually changed from resolve to respond. There's a subtle difference. Because otherwise, if it's not resolved in 30 days, the NBFC has not complied. And a couple of other observations, which I will not take up time. I'm obviously not on the panel here, just an observation. But how can the RE ensure that their brethren, which is the LSPs and whoever else, DLAs, are adhering to all those guidelines? Is a contractual document fine by RBI, or which is what we do? Or realistically, does RBI look at a higher standard in terms of actually operational audit and things like that?
So I can answer the third one first. I think the guidelines are for the regulated entities.
They are.
So
They only apply to the regulated
yeah,
entities.
so ultimately it is the regulated entity which has to ensure that all of this is met. And whether the partner aids the entity in getting it done or the entity is individually responsible, ultimately the entity has to get it done. So a very classical thing is the key fact statement. So if I have to give out a key fact statement to the customer, I have a choice of sending it myself, or I have a choice of empowering my partner because he ultimately, has the tech front end. So it works both ways, and we can always come to a mutual conclusion. But at the end of it, as a responsible entity, it is our responsibility to see we ticking all the boxes with respect to the customer, with respect to the guidelines and all.
Yes.
And to your second question, which was related to the 30 days dispute, again, I'm just saying out of experience that most of the times, I think 99 percentile of whatever issues are there do get sorted within 30 days. Unless and until there's something which is seriously wrong with your system. And
It's comforting.
Yeah, and you also got to see that whether it's, I think you also have to have a framework which is, approved by your board and obviously complying to the regulations, that whether it's genuinely a complaint or is it more of a request and a query gone wrong. And I think you've just got to distribute that and see whether or not. You will have digital means of satisfying a lot of things today. And that's exactly what we're working for. Can we solve 90% of them real time? Can we do it STP? And whatever the rest, yes, it does. And as Shala was saying, these are some of the costs that will come to us. So if we are handling 1 million customer base and we have to resolve everything within 30 days, we need to staff up a bit more. It just can't be entirely digital. So yes, that's definitely there.
Thank you so much.
Great. Somebody raised a hand there, that side.
So yeah, my query is with respect to, for bureau thick customers, I think digital lending has more or less matured across the industry. But for the NTC customers, I think there is still a lot of hesitancy among the NBFCs also, though fintechs have been more, bolder comparative to banks and NBFCs. So, and I feel the bureaus, though CIBIL has tried to have some sort of NTC scores, to aid the lenders for lending. But I think, don't you think there has to be some sort of, coordination among the lenders and the bureau for some, scoring or universal scoring on NTC lenders also? Because I think there is something, I think digital lending should focus for the next phase of growth.
So, in my view, obviously it depends upon the amount of risk the lender is ready to take on these customers. While some amount of scores, multiple basis, alternate data today has been built, but it will take some time to evolve because it completely depends on the risk appetite of the lender, whether we are ready for that or not. If there is a complementing data along with it, which is alternate data in any form and shape, that's always welcome, and there are methods to today take decision based on that. But
there are methods, but it's not standardized. And
yeah.
In the latest RBI regulation also, they have put some restriction on it, not boldly but a bit silently. So I think we'll need some support from RBI also on this, maybe to allow some sort of alternate data where lenders can use it.
Only that's what I was saying, because you need a little more freer regime for people. If you want to address this population new to credit. Otherwise, if it's only the regulated entities and they are going to operate out here, we'll get a 8% penetration of credit. That's the reality of India. Okay. Moment you want to go to the next 8%, next 10% of the population, people will lose money. There will be pain in building models, but somebody has to go through that. And with this restrictive models, you will be very difficult.
Yeah, so to some extent, I believe also the guideline also addresses that, because they have also said the reporting of such kind of thing has to come in forefront, which could have not been coming. But this will, in a way, build more structured data. Alternate data today is largely more unstructured, but by reporting, it will become more structured and it will actually complement the system.
So in fact, as a digital lender, right, and my view is that credit bureau or the score that you get is increasingly becoming just one of the inputs that goes into underwriting, right? Because a bureau score also today tells you how a customer has behaved in the past, right? If the customer has taken 5 loans in the past, whether the customer has paid them or not paid them. It still doesn't tell you that can I lend to him today, given his current situation. And the same issue, I think what Devraj said, right? When pandemic hit, you could not rely on that data whether I can give a loan to the customer today, what are the income sources of the customer today, how much of a future, because my loan is going to get fulfilled in the next 2 years or 3 years, right? That call you can't take purely on the bureau score. That will just give you whether the student, it's like a mutual fund, right? You can't rely on the past performance to say that am I going to get performance going forward. And that's where as a digital lender, I think many players are relying on a lot of alternate data, and which I think Shalu said that it's still unstructured. It's still an evolution that the traditional lenders are still evaluating, assessing. They still prefer a bureau score to give comfort that yes, the customer has behaved well in the past. In all likelihood, the customer will behave well in future as well. But I think as the overall ecosystem evolves, I think my sense is that the bureau score become only one of the aspects, or probably even not. You will probably rely on more of the other data going forward to take a decision.
I think with that, we'd like to close the session today. And thanks a lot to the audience for listening in patiently. And thank you to all the esteemed panelists for your valuable insights and thoughts.
Thank you, Ipsita.
Thank you, Ipsita, for having us here. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for all of the audience as well, and the panelists, and for doing this with us. Thank you, and for being here with the GFF 2022. Wish you all the best. Take care. Yeah, keep it here. No problem. I'll carry it.